27th, 2024 Athabasca County Council meeting to order. The first item of business is the approval of the agenda. The items that I have listed for discussion are number 2, or 2.1 specifically, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4. That's all of number 4. All of number 6, that's 6.1, 6.2, 6.3. Number 8.7.8, 8.2, and 12.1 and 12.2. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I'd like to add 5.2, 7.2, 7.7, and 7.8. Oh, 7.8, sorry.
Sorry, so you said
5.2,
5.2, okay,
7.2, 7.7,
and you said 7.8, but that's already
and
on.
7.8, but that's already on your list.
Other items to add. Councillor Holland. 5.1, Councillor Holland. Other items. I'll go through them again, but
Let's go with 7.1
that's okay.
and 10.1 E,
7, so Councillor Min, 7.1, 10.1 E
10.1 J,
and J,
and
hey. I don't see any more hands flying up. I'll go through the list, and if I've missed something, let me know. We have number 2.1, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, 5.1, 5.2, 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3, 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 7.7, 7.8, 8.2, 10.1 E, J, and AB, plus 12.1 and 12.2. Councillor Mins.
I'll approve the agenda.
Councillor Mins has made a motion to approve the agenda as amended and to pass the motions that are listed on those items not selected for debate. Is there any further discussion? If you're ready for the question is on the adoption of the agenda. All those in favor? Opposed? Count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. We have a lot of delegations today. First item of business is 5.1 NADC stakeholder outreach. Councillor Holland, do you have a motion you want to make?
As recommended, please.
Okay, Councillor Holland has made a motion. Sorry, I'm just a little behind. To direct administration to complete the Northern Alberta Development Council stakeholder outreach no later than June 28th. Discussion. Councillor Holland, the floor remains yours.
Thank you. Just reading through some of the responses that we had here. I was just curious if we could just get clarity around question number 2, abundance of natural resources through forestry and oil field opportunity. And as well as the cell service and broadbands as being a challenge. So both those challenges and the opportunity, what would be the focus on both of those?
Who are you asking specifically?
Uh,
And at the last council meeting, I have to go back and look at the actual question. So the question was, what do you see as the greatest challenges and opportunities for economic development of Sorry, your question was,
well, just basically like we've identified it, but how are they going to be addressed? I guess is the question.
that's not really the question that they're asking to begin with. They haven't asked us to fill that out. Floor remains yours.
Well, I guess more than anything, when we're bringing these answers back, we would hope that behind them, there were some solutions possibly, or some suggestions. And I guess with regards to, for example, cell service and broadbands, I would really like to see more what will happen to encourage the cell service specifically, as well as broadband. We know that we've received some grant funding through, well, not us, the county, but the municipality will benefit from some of the grants that have been released here recently. So I'm just curious how, I guess if we're not able to provide suggestions or go forward, then I guess the point is moot. But I would hope that more discussion would take place.
Other comments? There seem to be no other comments. I think what I'm hearing you saying is you'd like to have seen the answer maybe a little fleshed out with a little bit more detail around why those are there. Does anybody want to add to that? Councillor Walk.
They're just looking for our opinions and like what we're challenging. They're not looking for solutions at this point. They just want to know what we have and what we can offer. So they're not asking for solutions. They're asking what the opportunity is. They're asking what the challenge is.
Last call for comments. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the motion to direct administration to complete the Northern Alberta Development Council stakeholder outreach no later than June 28th, 2024. On the question of the adoption of that motion, all those in favor? Opposed? So the count was 9-0 and the motion is adopted. 5.2, Councillor Anderson, I have your initials beside that. Do you want to make the motion?
Yes, I'd like to move to adopt the strategic priorities as presented and to direct administration to report to the next committee of the whole meeting with an estimated time frame expected to complete each of the high priority items.
Councillor Anderson has made a motion to adopt the strategic priorities as presented and direct administration to report to the next committee of the whole meeting. That's what you said?
Yep.
With an estimated time to complete each of the high priority items. An estimated time frame. Floor remains yours. Do you want to open the discussion?
I think it's great the council has adopted or is looking to adopt high and medium priority items with regards to our strategic priorities. I just think that we really need to make sure that we are on the same page as administration when they come, and we need to have them come back to us and tell us what kind of time frame we should expect to see these kind of things happen within. I don't want to be sitting here thinking, oh, this one looks easy, it should happen right away, and then administration, you know, they just have a different expectation. So I think it'd be good to actually have that input from administration so that we're all on the same page.
Other comments? Councillor Holland, floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd like to make an amendment, I guess, to the motion to add to the strategic thinking box, welcome signs, derelict buildings and trails for non-motorized and motorized.
You're gonna have to say that a lot slower.
Sorry. To the strategic thinking box, welcome signs, derelict buildings,
Slow down. Okay,
both non-motorized and motorized trails.
there's been an amendment proposed to add to the strategic thinking box, which is. So you're referring to the box on page
72.
72. To add welcome signs, derelict buildings, and both motorized and non-motorized trails. Discussion on the amendment. Councillor Wallach.
Well, I understand that this is a priority for some people. This is very direct, specific things that they want done. I don't think this is a strategic thinking plan. If we're looking at strategic thinking, I would be looking at more of a maybe under the tactic of the creating a hamlet of growth strategy, or something in that line of looking for recreation facilities or something like that. These are very specific things that are not strategic thinking. You need to go up one more level if we're going to add strategic thinking of a bigger, broader, not so specific thinking.
Okay. Councillor Holland, you've spoken to it. Anyone else want to speak to that amendment? So we have an amendment on the floor as normal. We'll vote in reverse order. I'm going to say on the amendment, I'm opposed to this because these are not items that we've talked about in any of the workshops in a way that they rose to the top of the list or the top of our priority list. We had a thorough discussion around where council's priorities were, and we had that's not the right word, to try to insert them at the last minute to the priorities when they clearly haven't been something that floated to the top. Councillor Cromwell.
Thank you. I actually support the amendment fully. When we're talking about strategic priorities, that is part of the game. We were given the ability to cast a vote, a very small number of vote. And I think if we tunnel vision too much on only accomplishing 5 things when there are 10 things we could be working on, we're doing a detriment to our community and to our ratepayer. And we have to be able to have the conversations and look at other items that may not have been a top strat priority in the big picture, but are very important to our communities and to the well-being of those communities. So I support that amendment wholeheartedly, and thank you for putting it on the floor.
Other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, on the question of the adoption of the amendment to add to the strategic thinking box on page 72, welcome signs, derelict buildings, both motorized and non-motorized trails. All those in favor? Opposed? The count is 6 and 3, and the amendment is adopted. On the question of the main motion. Sorry, opposed? Opposed? Again, just so I can count that. Sorry, 5 and 4. My apologies. And the amendment is adopted. On the question of the adoption of the main motion to direct admin to report to adopt this priorities and to direct admin to report to council with a time frame on the high priority. Sorry. To direct admin to report to the committee of the whole with a time frame to complete each of the high priority items and to add welcome signs, derelict buildings in both motorized and non-motorized buildings to the strategic priorities discussion. Floor is open again for that. Councillor Holland, you had your hand up before. Did you want to speak to this now? Other discussion? Okay. On the question of the adoption of that motion, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 8 and 1 and the motion is adopted. Next item of business is on page 80. Is there anyone willing to move first reading of bylaw 0172024? Councillor Cromwell has moved first reading of 0172024, which is a bylaw canceling part of subdivision plan 8721985 in respect of part of the Northeast 367117 located within Athabasca County. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing Councillor Mittens? Nope. 2-4, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9 and 0 and the motion is adopted. Is someone willing to move second reading? Councillor Chamzik has moved second reading of 0172024. Is there any discussion? Seeing none on the question of the adoption of the motion of second reading of 0172024, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9 and 0 and second reading is adopted. Someone willing to propose? Councillor Min has asked for unanimous consent to move to third reading. Is there on the question of the adoption of the motion to demonstrate unanimous consent, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9 and 0. Unanimous consent is achieved. Is someone willing to move third reading? Counselor Gerlich has moved third reading of 0172024. On the question, is there any discussion? Question adoption and motion, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0 and third reading is adopted. 6.2 is a land use bylaw amendment relating to the Northwest 10 72-17-4. Is anyone willing to move first reading of this bylaw, which is to change from agriculture district to campground commercial, and to direct administration to schedule and advertise the public hearing on July 25th? Councillor Wallach. Councillor Wallach has moved first reading of bylaw 018, land use bylaw amendment for a portion of the Northwest 10 72-17-4 from A, agriculture to to schedule and advertise a public hearing on July 25th at 9:40 a.m. for bylaw 0182024. Any discussion on that matter? Councillor Cromwell.
Thank you. So through the chair to administration, is that to make this property now compliant? If they've been an operational campground for many, many years, is that my understanding?
Through the chair, the property is currently legal non-conforming because the bylaw was changed after they developed this campground. The purpose for this bylaw amendment is to get them in the proper district so that if they choose to do some further development, they're able to, because currently they can't do development in that campground area because it's zoned agriculture.
Even things as simple as adding a deck would cause a problem. Is that correct? Okay. Other questions? Councillor Cromwell, do you want to follow up? That a no?
I'm thinking.
Okay. Anybody else? I'll come back to you if you have a second one while we pause, if there's someone else that wants to keep things moving. Okay. Councillor Cromwell, the floor remains yours.
Councillor Holland can jump on first.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Through the chair to administration, just on page 91, Schedule A. It just, I'm wondering if it's just an older photograph, but it says recreational commercial CR4 district. On the photo that's on the page, but at the top it's agricultural district to campground commercial C5. So just wondering if,
Yeah, that's just a mistake on the schedule that will fit.
okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Holland would have moved an amendment on Schedule A from recreational commercial C4 to campground commercial C5 district. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, on the question of the adoption of that amendment, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0. The amendment is adopted, and as it relates to first reading of the bylaw, any further discussion? Seeing none, on the question of the adoption of the motion to sorry, Councillor Cromwell, you did have a follow-up, and I go ahead.
No problem. I was a little short getting my hand up there in time. Maybe a discussion before
I just
I
have a
make
short
an
memory,
amendment.
sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. As we're looking at making this legal conforming, and the discussion point we put out on, giving them the ability to expand if they need to or make changes, which I do support. I would like to make an amendment to direct administration to do a traffic count on that road that includes OHVs. And just have an understanding
Okay, sorry, finish.
of how much traffic is going down that one access in and out road. Just so we have an understanding right now of what's going there. It's not connected entirely to the development, but a perfect time to get a road count on that piece of road.
I don't think that's an amendment that can be attached to a motion to approve a bylaw, but as a separate motion afterward, that would probably be more appropriate. Does that procedurally seem reasonable? Because it's the amendment is distinct from the bylaw. Is there more discussion around first reading of this bylaw? Seeing none, on the question of the adoption of the motion to move first reading of bylaw 0182024, a land use bylaw amendment for a portion of the Northwest 1072-17-4 from A Agriculture District to Campground Commercial C5, and to direct admin to schedule and advertise a public hearing on July 25th at 9:40 for bylaw 0182024. All those in favor? Opposed? Count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. Councillor Cromwell, you would like to make a supplementary motion?
I would like to make a motion to direct administration to do a traffic count on that road sometime over the summer that is calibrated for all heavy and off-highway vehicle traffic.
Councillor Cromwell has made a motion to direct administration to complete a traffic count over by the end of the summer. So by September 1. Calibrated to count heavy and overhead vehicle traffic. Is that a fair reading of your motion?
Correct, to count all vehicles, including off-highway
All vehicles.
vehicles, i.e. quads, dirt bikes.
Might be interesting to see how the tech works on that one. Okay, so that's, the motion is to direct administration to complete a traffic count by September 1, calibrated, including to count all traffic, including or calibrated to include heavy vehicles and off-highway vehicle traffic. Councillor Anderson, you put your hand up.
Through the chair to administration, can you please confirm that there's currently no pending development permits on this property? We're just doing the redistricting right now.
Yes, we're just working on the redistricting right now.
Thank
There's been discussions about a gazebo or something like that. So that's how these discussions get going, is we want to do this. Well, you can't until you do the bylaw amendment. So that's, you know, we've had a few of these come through this room, and that's typically how those discussions get started. But there's nothing pending.
Other questions? On the Councilor Mins, the floor is yours.
I have no, no problem of doing the traffic count. It's, do we have a traffic count already out there? In that portion of road?
Yeah. I'm confident that in summers past, we've done traffic counts on that that particular road. However, I know at this table it's been talked about whether OHVs were included. And my understanding was they weren't in the past. So we'll have to look at what that looks like for sure.
Okay.
Councilor Cromwell, do you want a final word?
I think it's a great way to gain information on a part of our county. We have now 5, once this is a redistricted, 5 conforming approved campgrounds in that area. We have a fish pond, we have recreational activities on one piece of road that has caused severe problems in the past due to the quality and the maintenance on that road at no fault to administration. It would be very important to have an idea of what kind of traffic is actually happening so that maybe road standards can be adjusted, maintenance requirements can be adjusted, and we have a good idea of what is actually going on in that area. I think it's a very simple request to have them put in a traffic counter and bring back data. Data is very important for us to do our job.
On the question of the adoption of a motion to direct administration to complete traffic counts by September 1st for all traffic, but calibrated to include heavy and off-highway vehicle traffic. All those in favor? Opposed? Count is 6-3 and the motion is adopted. Next item is 6.3. The council give first reading to the Athabasca County Library Board bylaw 0192024. Councillor Chamzik.
Yeah, no, I looked at, it was really well done bylaw. I commend administration for the work that put into it. The only question I have is, you know, the municipality grows and stuff. 4.1, maybe changing it to the act so it stays within the same parameters of having it shall be up to 10 as things can change, and then we're not looking back at the bylaw versus the act. Oh,
It's 101,
pardon me.
101.
4.1.
So are you asking to
Yes, please.
amend?
And then just to consist up to the member of 10 members, including, and everything else can stay.
Counselor Chamzak has moved first reading of the Athabasca County Library Board bylaw with the change in language under item 4.1 to read up to 10 members, including how are you splitting it out below?
Two members of council, and it would be 8 members at large.
So for 4.1 to read up to 10 members, including up 2 members of council and up to 8 members at large. Counselor Holland, the floor is yours.
Just confirmation of what you mentioned there. Is it up to 2 council members or is it 2 council members and up to?
I think it's up to, I think 2, my personal view is 2 should be the answer, but
Okay.
that was just a stumble because I was trying to work through what was going on.
Just wanted to make sure I understood. Thank you.
But I would actually just look to Counselor Chamzak to make sure that reflects her motion. Okay, 2.
Okay, cool. Thank you. And may I also add just maybe a friendly amendment as well? And I'm not sure if it's necessary, but just the language in this. Whereas the first whereas has the word and at the end, and then the second whereas has and whereas. So I don't know if we need both ends. Andy. Just wanted to.
Director Whaley, you're probably the author of this. Are you agreeable to one of those being wiped out? Under the, it's the 3rd line down. The bold and get struck.
Yes, that is fine.
Thank you. Is that just a friendly amendment with yours?
There's no, any objection at the table to that? We don't do friendly amendments, but there's no objection, so. Okay, anyone else want to speak to the bylaw? I'm going to speak against the amendment on the numbers only because I think that we have the potential for kind of a creep of board size. And I would worry that because we pay per diems and we've decided 7 is reasonable. My worry would be if we promote up to 10, that before you can blink an eye, you'll end up with 10 and then we're paying 10 instead of 7. So that's my comment. Councillor Cromwell and then Councillor Anderson. Councillor Chamzak, you get the final word.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, if I can ask Councillor Chamzak, is that not conforming with the Act and the MJ to have that number?
10 is the maximum number required.
Permitted.
Pardon me,
10 is the maximum permitted.
that's all we can have, yeah. The minimum is 5 and up to 10. With that, if you don't mind, my only rebuttal to that is in the future, as the municipality grows, as needs assessments, we may be looking at different points of services throughout the county as we move on throughout the years. And, anybody interested in coming, there is not a lot of costs involved. There is no per diems for those members, just mileage. It's a very minimal cost and a great service for our members.
So Chair, the second half of my question then, as Councillor Chamzak gave a bit of an explanation already, then we do not require to have all 8 members of large filled, but it gives us the ability as we grow to be prepared without bringing a bylaw amendment back.
Correct.
This is a question for admin to answer. I'm sorry. But you're good with?
I'll direct that to administration then. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Cromwell, the act allows up to 10, minimum of 5, as Councillor Chamzak has said. It is at the purview of this council how many they wish to see sitting in a bylaw for a library board.
So the question on the floor, is there anyone else who would like to speak to this that hasn't? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of first reading to bylaw 0192024. And with the language changed in the original reading of the third paragraph down, the bolded "and" is struck from the bylaw. 4.1, the board shall consist up to 10 members. And then 4.1B will read up to 8 members at large. On the question of the adoption of that motion, all those in favor? Opposed? I guess I have to vote. 8-1, the motion is adopted. Second reading of the bylaw. Councillor Cromwell has moved second reading. The question, the adoption of, sorry, is there any discussion on second reading? The question, the adoption of second reading, all those in favor? Opposed? Count is 9-0, motion is adopted. Is there unanimous consent to move to third reading? So Councillor Anderson has proposed that there a motion to seek unanimous consent to move to third reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Count is 9-0. There is unanimous consent. The question of the adoption of the motion of third reading of the bylaw 0192024. All those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. Oh, who moved that? Sorry. Councillor Mins moves. It was happening so fast, I missed it. Sorry, I was looking at the clock thinking, yeah, the president is here. So let's take a 5-minute break. So back in our seats for 10 minutes past. Welcome. We are at item number 4.1, our delegation from Portage College. We have President Nancy Broadbent and Donna, whose last name is complicated for me, but Vice President Academic, and I'll let you introduce yourselves in just a moment. LeChuck, there you go.
Yeah, Dr. Donna Fledachuk.
So we have with us, we'll start with introductions of our council. I know you've been here a number of times. Names are. And since last year, on your left, we have our Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Bob Beck. Recording Secretary, Ms. Blair, Communications Coordinator, Mr. Schenkelberg, and Councilor Mintz. Floor is yours.
Rob Mintz, Division 8, Baptiste Lake Island area. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning and thank you for being here. Welcome. My name is Tracy Holland, Division 5, which is east of Athabasca, Parkview, Paxton, Amber Valley.
Welcome, Kelly Chomsky, Division 7, Grasslime, Crossvita, Atmore areas.
Good morning, Camille Wallach, Division 9.
Brian Hall, elected in Division 4, and we've met lots of times, but it is a pleasure to have you here in our house today.
Good morning, Ashton Anderson. I reside in Division 3.
Good morning, Natasha Kaptanek, Division 2, Minnook, New Pine Creek, and Collington.
Good morning, Joe Gerlach, and I'm from the Rochester Prairieville Division.
And good morning, well, Gary Cromwell up on the far north. Joe is not so next neighbor. Yes, we're very happy to have you here today.
Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and thank you for allowing us some time on your very busy agenda. It's our pleasure to be here today and provide some updates. We had the pleasure of having Reeve Hall and Councillor Anderson join our board meeting, and so some of this will be a bit of a repeat for you too. But it's our pleasure to be here this morning, and we'll try to get through the content fairly quickly so that there's some time for questions and conversation at the end. So quickly going on to our strategic update, the college is coming to the end of what we called Strategy 2025. And I'm happy to let you know that we've got all but I think 3 of the goals completed. So that's our job this year, is sustain where we're at and finish the remaining pieces. So we will be going into a launch of next strategic round of planning, and we'll be certainly reaching out to the MD for some input into that in terms of how we can align with your priorities. But I'm happy to tell you that this college is probably the biggest it's ever been. I've been at the college for 34 years in July, and for probably about 15 of those, we sat at a number of 900 full load equivalent students in our credit programs. It's about 1,250 headcount. This year, we're really getting close to 1,800. So we've doubled in size in the credit programming. And then on the non-credit side, we have about 3,000 students. So the college is big right now and growing. And you'll hear from Donna all the program growth that we have planned for 2025. It's going to be a big year. So along with student growth and filling all those seats in our classrooms, we're in good financial health. So we've had the opportunity to invest, and we're going to be opening our doors at a number of the campuses this fall and inviting people to come and see us now. We'll be spending, by the end of August, we'll have spent close to $5 million on our facilities, including the repave of a very decrepit parking lot in Lac La Biche. But the rest of the money has gone into classroom modernization and some really cool tools for our instructional staff, including an ambulance simulator that we got to see last week. So along with that, Dr. Donna is bringing research to our college in a big way. And I mention that because it's one of the opportunities that we can use to connect with the municipality if there's particular pieces of any kind of research, I guess, that we have programming in. So it could be social, environmental, business, that kind of thing. We can use students and put in research projects and sort of help the municipality that way. And it's also a great way for us to connect with industry. So she can let you know about a couple of the cool ones that are just finishing. Our community engagement is the highest it's ever been. We have events going like crazy, although we did not have our fundraising signature event this year. That is because we are going through a process right now of, I guess, developing our fund development strategy, which we have never had. So there'll be more on that as we roll that out. And the last two pieces I wanted to let you know about is that on a provincial level, the comprehensive community colleges are working on a branding exercise. There's a few of the institutions you might have seen in the paper lately that Lethbridge has just become a polytechnic. Our community colleges that are left, which there's about 6 of us, I think, are really feeling that that isn't necessary. It's a huge branding cost to do something like that. And actually, as a comprehensive community institution, we have the very broadest mandate. We can do anything from foundational learning all the way up to degree completion. The only caveat is that we can prove that it is a community demand. So it's that big community and community college that differentiates us from Polytechnic. And the other thing to let you know about is while we have been able to invest millions in our facilities last year, and we will be in a surplus position similar to that in the coming year, we are going to lose all of our international partnerships that we've had in Edmonton and Calgary, which is where the 3,000 some students have been coming from. So with the changes in immigration, that partnership opportunities drying up on us. But one of the things that we're trying to do to maintain some financial is that we are working on migrating, now that we know how to work in the international market, students to our campuses. So in the coming years, we're going to be moving from about 100 international students to about 500. So we're in a process right now in the communities where we have campuses of consulting on community readiness to accept international students. So there's a bunch of data on the next few sheets. I'm not going to go through those, but I am open to any questions on them. And I want to jump to an update on our academics and new opportunities. So I'll turn it over to Donna.
So as Nancy has said, we've seen a lot of growth. A lot of it has been through target expansion dollars from advanced education. We have expanded our seats in the last couple of years in our paramedicine program, our community social work program, and our practical nurse program through those expansion dollars. And we're really happy to find out just earlier this week that we are receiving funding to develop a new program in addictions counseling, which we think is highly needed from what we're hearing from our community partners in the region. We also were able to offer a new program, computing sciences in a certificate, but we're expanding that to a diploma as well that will involve work in artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. That is an area, of course, just computer knowledge, and folks having that knowledge in the region is really important. We are also launching a kinesiology diploma starting in 2025. And due to really, really high demand from all our school divisions, we are in the process of embarking on getting our first degree in a Bachelor of Education. We know that in the rural areas, it's really difficult. There is an extreme shortage of teachers right now. And folks are not that keen on leaving community to go to the cities to get their BEds. And so we're actually looking at a very unique way of offering that program. Our early learning and childcare program, which is the largest in the province that has over 1,000 students in it, is offered 1 course a month in the evenings. And so you do 10 courses in 10 months, which is a full year course program, but it's done in the evening so people can continue to work. You can start at any time, exit any time, because you're not doing 4 or 5 courses at the same time. So that will be the model for the Bachelor of Education to allow folks to continue to be employed and stay with family and do their BEd. So we have a lot of interest from a lot of folks, and there's some campaigning going on with ministry to try to move that forward as quickly as possible. We're also in early conversations with the University of Alberta about nurse practitioner, very similar to the models that are being launching in Grand Prairie and Lethbridge, where physician training is occurring outside of the urban areas. Nurse practitioner can fill a very serious void in physician shortage and be kind of the primary provider for a lot of folks and then see doctors for more emergent type of conditions. So we are having conversations about possibly having the U of A offer nurse practitioner in the region. We have a partnership with the U of C to offer the Bachelor of Nursing currently within region, which has had tremendous uptake and is full every time they do an offering. And so nurse practitioner is the next step. We've also received our steam fitter pipe fitter seats back in our trades area. And so that is starting in fall 2024. And we are looking to expand our power engineering. We have 32 seats in 4th class, but we had a demand for 70 placements of students this year that we couldn't meet because power engineering again in the region is quite large. And so we're looking to expand that program. We're also launching a tourism and hospitality certificate next year. And a post-diploma in health entrepreneurship. One of the things in addressing the health concerns, a lot of the health professionals that come into smaller areas have to be business owners. Whether you're a doctor, a pharmacist, a physiotherapist, you also have to be business owner, and they're not trained to be business owners, and most of them don't want to be business owners. So we thought if we could actually train folks from a business background or other health services to actually understand the business aspects of running health businesses, that they could help manage those. And so that's a post-diploma we're looking at as well. We're also asking EIT to get back our apprenticeship carpentry seats, and we're expanding and ask for an expansion of our electrical based on the demand for electricians in the region. At the Boyle campus, we offer our heavy equipment operator program, and we're expanding that. We've had lots of requests to kind of be able to do smarter, smaller kind of module type work and not the whole program. So we are looking at expanding things like grader and things like that through continuing education to be able to offer that as needed, especially areas in municipalities. And then to get down into the research, I'm looking at really moving forward with research and kind of some strategic pillars that service the region. One is economic development. We have quite a lot of folks that are doing a lot of research right now in the area of business. So how do we work with municipalities, with nations, industry in terms of economic development, and what data and information can we be gathering that's helpful for folks to be able to move things forward. We also have quite a lot of really established researchers in our environmental sciences area. Currently, we have a massive woodland caribou restoration habitat project that we've been in partnership with NADON for 4 years. That has federal funding from NSERC that's currently happening. And the other area we're really focused on is rural health. And that's in mental health as well as physical health. We currently just finished a study on the disparity between social work services for folks in palliative care between urban and rural areas. Which is a really interesting study. We have folks in our nursing program that are currently looking at 3D models in terms of health training and how effective they are using 3D printers to print up things like hearts and livers. And then also looking at the sustainability of practicum placements in northern regions and how that's causing backlogs in terms of actually getting folks.
Thanks, Donna. So just a couple of more quick things and then I'll turn it over to questions. So for those that might know, Alberta Hub was proposing to do some research on all the coming projects in the area of Alberta Hub and did not get funding. So Lakeland College and ourselves took it on, and the study is now complete, and I'm happy to share that full study with the municipality, but I just brought out this one slide that kind of shows this, what was found in this area. And I'm sure folks know about the Black Rod program. What this doesn't include is any projects that were under $10 million, which we know there are a number of those in the region. But without having done that, what we've come to realize is that we're going to have about 53,000 new jobs over the next 6 to 8 years in the area. Some of the projects are not quite approved, but when they will be, they're added up in that number. And it also gave us a sense of what kinds of trades we needed to go after. So I've got a sheet there that shows you the one that's specific to the bridge work in Athabasca. And I know there was an announcement that I brought with me that you just had in the paper about another project. But what this chart shows you is anything that's in red, that's where the demand for the trade is going to far exceed what exists in supply right now. And so we're using this report to prepare a briefing for the minister of advanced education that Minister Jean is helping us, I guess, promote. And it is showing us expanding trades. So we are looking at primarily the trades that we have currently, although carpentry is coming back. We don't have that one currently. The rest is more about seat expansion, and a lot of it is around power engineering, which we are asking for a lab to do STEAM time. So we currently have a lab in Laklabish, but students cannot qualify for STEAM time on that lab. So on top of all the teacher shortages and the nursing that we're trying to deal with, and of course truck drivers that program has doubled and we still have a wait list. We're also trying to get the trades growing. And then the last thing I just wanted to share is that we're working in the village of Boyle to help them create a project with the school. So this just is a story to give you a sense of how we might do some further partnering in the future. So the vision is to create, either using our career employment job readiness or our pathways program or something like that. We also have a trades certificate, trades exposure, that's a dual credit that we're doing this summer with Northern Lights Public Schools, and then doing with Lakeland Catholic throughout the next whole academic year. In that program, they're going to get exposure to 4 different trades. So as part of that program, what we're doing with Boyle, what's being proposed is that they are going to build a locum doctor building, and the college will contribute the labor to getting all the groundwork done and all the utilities run and the foundation built for like kind of an RTM that they're talking about bringing in. So of course it's early stages. They're looking for funding for the project, all that kind of thing. But it just gives you an idea of how we can work to get the school kids interested in trades, because that's a big thing if we're going to actually meet some of these job demand, but then how that can also tie into a need in the municipality. So I just wanted to stop there. I know that's a lot of information, but anything that was in the presentation or any other questions that you have about Portage, we're happy to answer.
I know there will be a few, but I'm going to start with all the, it's interesting that colleges are doing more research. I know a year ago, President Broadbent and I had the chance to tour, and I think Councillor Wallach was there, Lakeland College, and look at the research that was happening there that's locally relevant. And I think that, you know, with local research, we're certainly more likely to see more practical research that will impact our region. I applaud that change. And so one of the conversations that I'm regularly part of is this educating local people to fill local needs and doing it at home. That comes up whether it's with AU or ec development stuff. What assistance do you need on the BEd program from Athabasca County?
Well, we are, so here's what's happening on that. On Friday, next Friday, I'm meeting with Minister Nicolaides down in Calgary, and one of my board
You're not going
members
to
who's,
Stampede, are you?
yeah. I'm not going to the actual Stampede grounds. I've been there, done that, but yeah, taking advantage of everybody being available next week. So one of my board members is also a board member of Northern Lights Public Schools and is very aware of the 2 streams that we're doing, the ed degree as well as a bridge to teacher for anyone that's all got a degree already and is working in the schools. So we're meeting about that. And then I'll be looking for letters of support for sure as we can continue going. The big challenge with the BEd is Campus Alberta Quality Council. So I'm trying to impress upon Minister Nicolaides as well as our own minister that somehow we need to be able to get going on this program and not be waiting for 4 years of Campus Alberta Quality Council approval. So we're exploring all kinds of options with that, including a call that I had with Catherine Swindlehurst at Athabasca University about them co-signing, if you will, their Campus Alberta Quality Council, because we've never had a degree. It's a pretty big uphill change for us. So it will be letters of support, I think. And then of course, when we get it going, helping to promote it out there for us.
Councillor Cromwell.
Thank you very much. You're doing a lot of exciting things and we applaud you for that and support you, I believe, in what you're doing. I would like to make a personal thank you on behalf of my community up in the north for housing our grade 4 through 12 students from the Plumonton School, which incorporate a lot of families from Wandering River and the Blue Jay from the Grassland area. So thank you for giving those students a place to actually finish off the last few months of their school year and make sure that their education is as important as that of our post-secondary. So thank you very much for catering to the young people in that part of the community.
Well, it was our pleasure to have them in our hallways. It brought lots of life, and they're all going to be voyageurs in the future, I hope.
I was not ready for my kid to tell me he's in college.
Counselor Anderson.
We've talked a lot about educating rural students in rural Alberta to keep them here. And I find it really interesting that you're looking to expand the amount of international students that you bring to rural Alberta for the opportunities to encourage those students to not only be educated here, but to potentially stay here.
Yeah,
And-
that's really good. So that's part of why we're getting the community engagement sessions to happen. One thing that we know about international students is when they come, they all need part-time jobs as well. So we believe that they're going to help in the retail and those kinds of areas that are struggling for employees. But that's exactly our goal. And even the students that we have been training down in Calgary in the business area, they're some of the ones that we're targeting for this health education business training. We're hoping that many of them come from entrepreneurial families, that they would consider being in rural Alberta, doing home care businesses, that kind of thing. So yeah, that is our goal, is to try to hang on to them. And out of the 53,000 jobs that are coming our way, we know that even if we trained every single resident, we're going to have a hard time filling those jobs. So yeah, for sure, that's part of the plan.
Counselor Wong.
Yeah, thank you for all the research that you did with the Alberta Hub. I think it's great. Shows a lot of potential coming in our area. A question I have about your education programs, the occupational therapists and physical therapists, those are master's degrees. Is that coming?
An actual occupational therapist or a physiotherapist is a master level program. With this latest expansion call that was targeted very specifically in a very niche area of health, we had put in for actually occupational therapy and physiotherapy assistant.
Okay.
But we unfortunately did not get that. We got the addictions counseling, but we were looking at getting assistance in those ones.
Because there's extreme high demand to get physiotherapists out in rural Alberta. It's
Yeah.
extremely hard.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We haven't given up.
I'm sure there's other questions coming, but I mean, on the heels of Councillor Wallach's comment, the information you've provided on the jobs and the type of work and all of those things that are coming is, I think is really helpful and something that I suspect our economic development officer will find valuable, and certainly I think really interesting in terms of the prospects for growth in outside of the urban centers coming up.
Yeah. If I can just add a response, sorry, to that earlier question to you about physio. The 5 northern colleges, so Northwest Polytech, Cano, Northern Lakes, Lakeland and us, the 5 VPAs have been getting together and working with Alberta Health Services North Zone, identifying like the critical positions that there's really that they're really missing folks on. Physio is one of them, advanced care paramedic, nurse practitioner, like they have a list of their top 5. And we're looking at innovative ways, whether that's the 5 institutions together to work with someone like UVA to bring that out to the north for training, because we know if they're training in the north, they're generally going to stay, whether it's allied health services like lab tech, X-ray, those types of things, pharmacy assistant. We know that probably any one individual institution won't attract enough students for sustainability, but can we work together to offer it collaboratively across the north? And so those are some of the conversations we're having as well to try to address those shortages.
Just one more thing, the healthcare business program, I think that is amazing. After 20 years in the industry, we see a lot of things come through. So I think that's huge, because those types of people aren't trained to be business owners, and for the sustainability of our future, I think that's a huge, huge thing.
Awesome. Thank you for that. It's good to know.
Other questions from council? Were you at Hub last night?
Pardon me?
Were you at the Hub meeting last night?
I was.
So now we should be especially grateful, because I was in St. Paul and
Oh,
it's a long drive.
it
back.
was, yeah, I got home at 9:30.
Oh,
That's why I
wow.
can't hear today. Yeah, it was good though. It was a real opportunity to be with 4 different MLAs, and such a room full of energetic folks. So it was great to be there.
That's good. Thank you for providing the update. I know Portage provides a valuable service in the region, and it's certainly exciting to see the things that are going on in the east part of the county. As you know, Boyle is surrounded by Athabasca County, and
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly.
so I'm glad you're here, and always appreciate the information you bring and the exciting things that you're working on.
Great. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Let's take a 5-minute break, council, and then we'll reconvene for item 4.2. see. Good morning. It is 20 minutes before 11, and I'd like to reconvene the June 27th Athabasca County Council meeting. We are at item number 4.2, and with us, we have Todd Hillier with Bolt, and I don't know who else is attending, but what we'll do is we'll introduce council to you, and then we'll turn the floor over to our delegation. And at that point, you can introduce yourself and carry on. But to begin, I'd like to thank you for making the time to stop in and talk to us and share this information. And we will be excited to hear it. On your right is our CAO, Mr. Bob Beck, Recording Secretary, Ms. Blair, Communications Coordinator, Mr. Schenkelberg, Councilor Mins.
Morning, Rob Mins, Division 8, Baptiste Lake Island Lake area.
Good morning and welcome. Thank you for being here. I'm Tracy Holland with Division 5, which is east of Athabasca, so Parkview, Paxton, and Amber Valley areas.
Kelly Chamsick, Division 7 Grassland at more Crossfeed areas.
Morning, Camille Wallach, Division 9.
I'm Brian Hall. We've met, elected in Division 4.
Good morning, Ashton Anderson. I reside in Division 3, which is the Boyle area.
Good morning, Natasha Kapitaniak, Division 2, Collington, New Pine Creek, and Minnook.
Good morning, Joe Gerlach in Division 1, which is the Rochester Perryville area in the south of the county.
And good morning, Gary Cromwell, far north up into including Wandering River. Thank you for being here today.
Todd, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Sounds good. Can everybody hear me? Bolt charge. So if Chris can hear me, Chris, I'll let you take it away. And like I said, I'm your clicker. So okay, I'll let you go and then I'll be happy to speak after.
Welcome.
Okay, fantastic. Can everybody hear me? Fine.
You are loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much, Council, for the privilege to be able to present Bolt Charge and our company's platform to you. And thanks to Todd for setting all this up. And Leah, thank you for being accommodating. We had intended to be in Athabasca, but my partner Temi and I will be actually heading to the Balkan region of Europe tomorrow to discuss and have meetings next week regarding our company. So we're very excited about that, but we're also very excited to present Bolt Charge and the opportunity to Athabasca County. Go ahead, Todd, you can flip to the next screen. So Bolt Charge is a company that was formed out of the desire to ensure that communities that do not have access or have limited access to the grid and therefore less opportunity to electrify fleets as well as electric vehicles in these communities, we would be able to offer that as an opportunity. And so Bolt Charge works with a company called Electric Fish out of California. We are the exclusive Canadian distributor of their products. And we're excited because Electric Fish has designed a cutting edge and a portable modular energy storage unit that offers rapid charging up to 320 kilometers of range for a vehicle in about 10 to 15 minutes. And its total energy capacity for the unit is 400 kilowatt hours. The most important thing about the Electric Fish unit is it does not have to rely on the grid. And in fact, it can be a grid enhancer by being able to use bidirectional charging and therefore send energy back to the grid if required. But it also can function completely separate from the main electrical grid, utilizing waste to energy, which we've got exciting developments in that through our company as well. And then also looking at solar and other ways to provide power. It does not have to rely on the grid, which often, as we know, can be constrained, especially in communities that are away from some of the major urban centers. And so therefore, we say by eliminating those limitations, we can empower communities actually to be energy resilient and access energy and electrification seamlessly. And so go ahead, Todd, you can go to the next slide. There's a bit of a diagram here of how this works. The unit does not take up a lot of space. It fits basically into a parking spot, and we're able to charge 4 vehicles off of that unit. And as I said, it's able to then provide power back to the grid if necessary, but also at the same point in time, it's relying on energy that's coming, obviously could come from the grid, but can also come from other sources of electricity that do not have to be centralized. The Bolt Charge and Electric Fish solution provides very fast EV charging. We call it level 3. There's level 1 charging, level 2 charging. People have these in their homes. Obviously, there are some businesses and companies that would have these as well. But level 3 is sort of that level of charging that's very fast. And that's what you want when you're on the road or you're needing to get going, or you want to get to, let's say, commercial vehicles that are part of a fleet, charged quickly and out to do the work they need to do. You don't want to be constrained by some of these lower level charging systems. We can deploy very quickly. The construction and permitting process is not required necessarily. Obviously, there would be permitting for putting them in places, but unlike when you have to build major infrastructure like we do in Calgary or Edmonton, when they want to put these electric charging units in, we can deploy very quickly. The units are modular, and therefore we cut down significantly on installation costs and time. And then, like I say, also because they're able to be decentralized, that allows us to be much more efficient in terms of where we can put the units and then how quickly we can deploy them and that they can get to the business of charging up vehicles as necessary. I think you're probably aware that most people, when they go to these charging systems, will put a credit card in and they charge their car or their vehicle no differently than they would fill up the car with gas. And so therefore, this also provides an opportunity for revenue generation for the community. It's no different. People will pull up, they'll put their credit card in and charge their car, and the community can obviously benefit from that extra revenue. Go ahead, Todd. So we're very happy to be able to present this because one of the key components of our company, and certainly my personal philosophy, is the concept of sustainability. And because Bolt Charge and Electric Fish have worked together, and we have another company that we'll want to present at a different time, I only have 15 minutes, but it's called 22 Energy Group. What we're doing is creating opportunities to provide 21st and 22nd century energy solutions that can truly be sustainable. And part of the issue is when you're looking for this electric charging, we hear a lot about it. We hear a lot about people are trying to transition and everything else, but the grid is often so constrained that it can't handle that. And so we also hear that electrification is often done with methodology that necessarily isn't, in fact, green or sustainable. By utilizing the energy sources that we are able to provide through our company, and the fact that we do not have to be reliant on the grid all the time, we believe that becomes a sustainable solution. We're also working with First Nations communities and Northern communities as well. We've made some real inroads there to talk with them about how the structure would look, and also look to them for operational expertise. We believe as well that working as I have in the energy industry, in the oil and gas industry for plus 30 years, that these collaborative relationships and working together will in fact provide sustainability. Sustainability goes much further than just green. It has to encompass all the factors. And so when you have energy and community and economy collaborating together, that can help to provide a truly sustainable solution. And so that's really where we're going. We don't want to just provide you with an electric charging unit that charges up some cars and people will put their credit card in, but it's going to have a tremendous impact on your grid. We're having enough problems down here in Calgary, I'm sure it's no secret, with our infrastructure and water and power. So to just provide electric charging units that don't provide an ultimate sustainable solution is not really helpful, and therefore is not going to be part of that long-term sustainability picture. So that's what we believe as a company, and that's what we're presenting to you in the solution that we provide through Electric Fish. Again, it's very important that we discuss reducing carbon footprint. We all hear about that. That's obviously a critical part of our economy as we drive things forward. And so investing in Bolt Charge, investing in Athabasca County as a place that can position itself as a leader in providing sustainable transportation alternatives. It also is able then to attract to the community some of those higher income and higher earning potential individuals and companies and organizations. And that obviously is going to provide a longer term, a sustainable opportunity for economic and business development as well. Go ahead, Todd. So, very quickly, impact of EV chargers. This is things that have been done with a lot of statistical analysis. It does provide economic growth for areas. It can enhance community appeal. Obviously, the modular process that we have through Bolt Charge and Electric Fish is a little different than just putting up another big gas station. So it can promote, obviously, tourism and recreation, especially as more and more electric vehicles get on the road. Then obviously this gives the ability to promote that the wonderful area of the country that and province that is Athabasca County to others as well. You are reducing carbon emissions, especially if we're utilizing renewable and alternative sources of power for these systems, and we're not relying on a hydrocarbon-based grid. We are able to then reduce our carbon emissions. You're going to diversify your economy. These are things that, again, this is statistical analysis of communities that have put in electric charging. And so, and at the end of it, really, as I say, there is an opportunity definitely for the community, for the county to be able to realize revenue that's generated from people utilizing electric vehicle charging. And so, again, there you can see some facts that areas with accessible EV charging infrastructure saw an average increase in 20% of local spending. So that's a fairly significant amount when we're looking at ways to diversify and make our economies more sustainable in all our different communities. Go ahead, Todd. There are government grants available. Just so you know, we are constantly looking at what those are. They change. ZVIP has gone through some changes, and now there's some other federal programs. There's provincial programs. We actually work with a group as well out of the States who are doing very creative things with carbon credits. And so therefore utilizing waste energy, some of these alternative forms of power to then do the EV charging. There is the ability to look at accessing some of those credits that are available as well. And so we want to work with communities to make sure that when you put this infrastructure in place, like we say, that it is sustainable, that it is long-term. And so therefore, by mitigating some of the capital costs and being able to deploy the systems and actually put the infrastructure in place, but not necessarily having that large capital outlay or impact on the budget of the county or the community, we believe that we can work collaboratively together to really see that be part of the long-term sustainable future of the community. And so not only are we there to just put the thing up and plug cars in, but we want to make sure that we optimize your expenditures as well on this process and see how we can work with you to get as much of that back as possible. Go ahead, Todd. So with our resilient reservoir, which is really basically a very large battery storage system, we are able to convert the DC to AC and therefore utilize that even during blackouts and grid disturbance. Our bidirectional units, they can provide energy to community grids if required. So therefore, 400 kilowatt hours of power that's in reserve in a time where there's a blackout could come in very handy. And especially in communities, and like I said, we have enough problems in Calgary. But when the grid is restrained, there is available, or there is opportunity for these units to actually become a provider of energy to the grid in time of emergency or when it would be really needed. And so, you know, we say, look, you can invest $200,000 or $250,000 in months of trying to figure out a level 3 charger installation, or you can actually look to work with us to provide a much more flexible and efficient and cost-effective solution that in the end, like we say, can in fact be a net zero effect to you in terms of operating costs, and in fact could provide opportunity to help in times when that grid is fully restrained and needs that extra energy to be provided to it. Go ahead, Todd. So yeah, this is this is a sled. They're happy. They're charging their car. And so basically, again, this is ultra fast EV charging, and this scenario is very similar. And I'm sure you've seen EV chargers at different gas stations, perhaps as you've been traveling. And you know, it does provide a very similar experience. You pull your car in, you plug it in. And like I say, with this system, the great thing about it is it's a 10 to 15 minute charge to get about 300 or so kilometers on your car. That's pretty significant. And then allows that car to have a really positive charge, literally and figuratively, to be able to travel those distances as needed. Go ahead, Todd. Well, this would be the timeline. We'll skip over that, Todd. This is just the timeline that we would look to put into place when you make the decision to work with us to put the chargers in. Again, it's not a long-term project where we're having to look for infrastructure and digging up things and everything else. This can be installed in a very relatively short period of time. Go ahead, Todd. And that's really it. We want to help electrify Athabasca County. We have modern charging infrastructure, and by integrating that, you are truly paving the way to a cleaner and more resilient and more sustainable future for your community. And we just want to thank you very much for giving us the opportunity of presenting this to you. There's obviously a lot of technical things involved, but we're very excited. Our partner Electric Fish just received a major grant from the California Electricity Commission, which was a pretty big deal. They don't just hand those things out, you know, willy-nilly. So we're working with solid partners to be able to provide, you know, these opportunities, and we're very excited. And so thank you so much for the privilege of presenting to you, and I guess I'll open it up to any questions.
Thank you, Chris. I'm sure there will be a few questions around the table, and I'll look for hands.
It's the thoughts in order. I was
going to ask you if you can share with us where the closest deployment of this technology is. If we wanted to go see one or charge our cars, where would we go?
Yeah, so basically what's happened is they had done successful pilots, and we can provide you with all of that information down in the States. This would be, in fact, the first commercial application that would be in Canada. But they have done projects in California as well as in Michigan. They've worked with the government down there as well as communities. And so, yeah, we would be able to provide you all of that data. So you could see it, but that in terms of the nearest, I guess it would be right now be at California, but yeah, we are looking to become, like I say, we're the sole distributor in Canada, and now we're looking to impact the marketplace here.
So have they shared with you the impact of like Michigan is probably a little colder than California.
Yeah.
What the impact of the cold weather is on battery storage? Because that does seem to make a difference. And I think Todd probably as an EV owner could share with us about that too.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. They do have that data, and that's very, very good question or a commentary as well. They have the data for climate up, I believe it was to minus 25 Celsius there, and the impact of that. The one thing that they have designed now is in fact a climate controlled box that will go over the storage system. It's become much smaller, which is good, as these battery storage systems have evolved and changed. And they're actually able to control the climate within, I believe, in fact, even to about minus 30 Celsius and about 40 plus. As I'm sure you know, down there, it's the heat as opposed to the cold. But excellent point. Yeah, they do have the data from Michigan. We'd again be happy to share that with you. And it functioned and was able to actually provide up the charging as needed in both Michigan, and then also they have data from New York State as well.
Okay, Councillor Cromwell has a question for you.
Okay.
Thank you. That was part of my question. Is we get temperatures of, deeper than negative 40 degrees up here. That is a huge cry from negative 25. As my friend from the north will tell you, 25 feels like a tropical day during a lot of winter. So how that would actually hold and work in that type of climate. And secondly, what is the life expectancy of your batteries in your unit? So I would not assume that 40.
Sorry, I think I lost some of that.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear now. Yeah, I lost it on the life expectancy, and then
the life expectancy of your batteries in your units. I'm sure that 2 or 3 seasons of negative 40, negative 45 will play a big toll on that. And the conversation about the construction of these batteries and the pros and cons. So what kind of life expectancy might we be expecting in a climate that you, respectfully, I don't think have the data for you? Can you give me an estimation on what kind of life expectancy we're looking at in that unit, factoring that very deep, very long cold?
Yeah, so what I can speak to, and we've had several conversations with them regarding this, is in fact this very thing. If we're going to be operating in Canada, we're going to have to deal with some climate extremes. And they have assured us that they are working through that and will ensure that the life cycle is there. And so I'm not going to, at this moment, just say, yep, it's going to be 3 years or 4 years or whatever it is. But I can tell you that Electric Fish is working very closely with us to take a look at how to assess that. And so again, we're transparent. We'll make sure that we provide the data and we can get to them in terms of what the engineering would be and what that would look like in terms of time frame. I can tell you for sure that yes, you're right. New York, Michigan are very cold. They're certainly not. They're not Athabasca. I spent a long time up in Peavine territory and Slave Lake in my career in oil and gas, so I'm very familiar with the balmy minus 25 days. And we've told them that that's going to be an important critical factor, and they've acknowledged that and want to make sure that they're working with us to ensure that the equipment is able to stand up to that. So I'll defer that, not certainly indefinitely, or that I don't want to answer it. It's just I can get you better engineering on that, and I'll ensure that we have that available.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then the last question I would have then, what is your, and I'm assuming you can't answer that for me quite yet, then what would be your warranty, your guarantee period on a device? And let's say, again, we're talking about the weather up here. I know people like Todd and I go out into our vehicles at minus 25 in a t-shirt and not really care. But when we get a bit colder there, and what would be the warranty period on the batteries or on that unit in a climate that you don't have that understanding for yet? So if we went ahead today in a hypothetical world and put one in, but by next season, by next spring, that battery is shot because it cannot handle the cold, or your heater was not efficient enough. Now, are we as a county on hook to replace a battery. You hear all the time in the news of that car that is 9 months old and their battery went the way of the dinosaur. Now they're out $27,000 for a car battery. I'm assuming it would be a little bit of a heftier price tag to replace the battery in one of your chargers. What is our on that?
Yeah, excellent point. And this is again, that we've had this discussion with them. So it's 2 years is the warranty. Okay, that's the warranty. Normal wear and tear, Now, they want to get into this marketplace. They understand that Canada has a real opportunity in terms of deployment for them. They understand the conditions are going to be much different. And so therefore, again, and yes, I kind of answered it in the last question. We're working very closely with them to see, okay, well, how do we modify this? What can we do in terms of climate control in the unit? All of these things to ensure that the life cycle is as long as possible. Because you're right, it's not 27,000, but you're right about your Tesla battery suddenly conking out, and then what? So very, very important observation. We're working closely with them. Now, I can tell you this: if you said, well, yeah, we're putting the charger in Lethbridge, and then decided that you were going to move it on a pickup truck up to Grand Prairie or to, Slave Lake or Athabasca, and then put it out in the middle of a field. Yes, I imagine then there would be discussion about why did you do that? And I'm not sure we're going to cover that. But in terms of if we deploy it, we're not deploying something with electric fish that can't be backed up. And they appreciate that. And I can tell you for sure that the commitment is there of the company. They want to see this work. One of the things, again, it's not going to be, minus 40 necessarily, but California, I'm sure Tahoe, Shasta, the mountainous regions there are very famous for the skiing and snow, and it can get, pretty cold there. And so one of the things they're looking at, obviously, with us and with the opportunity to deploy this in colder climates is to really see how this could work. Again, we've talked to them about maybe establishing somewhat of a pilot where we could work directly with them to really gain some of the knowledge in and around the charging system and how that would stand up in some of the weather. And I can tell you that they're very, very open to an idea like that. So that's another thing for us maybe to look at discussing. Certainly we could have those conversations with the company about how do we in fact look to make this part of a longer term infrastructure in North America. We're going to have to take a look at some of these colder climate charging conditions. So thank you. These are excellent observations and things. Obviously, yeah, even though we don't walk to our cars in minus, we're less hardy than you folks are up north here in Calgary. But we put on a golf jacket to go to our car in minus 25, unlike Todd. But yeah, we know the cold, and we want to see that we're going to address that if we're going to be successful in terms of sales here in the country. So
Thank you, Chris. We have 4 folks kind of queued up for questions. You can ask the counselors to try to keep the preamble a little briefer because we're running fairly over time. Councillor Wallach and Councillor Anderson, and we'll.
Do you have any data on how many EVs are on the highway between Edmonton and Fort McMurray?
I don't have that precise data. No, I don't.
Second question, how many charges?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
How many charges would it take to break even if there's no grants available?
One charger would make it sell its money back in about 2 years.
So how many charges would that be? Just based on like
one system, the capital cost is are minimal. The capital costs and operating costs for one system for a year at about an 80%, 75 to 80% usage will pay itself out in about 2 years.
Councillor Anderson, you're next.
And sorry, if I could just jump in, I can't provide it right now, but I can actually show you and get you some. It's a bit better than ad hoc data, but it's not more official, but between EV use between Fort McMurray and Edmonton. I'll just have to follow up after the meeting.
Thank you, Tom. Counselor Anderson, then I have Counselor Mins and Counselor Gerlach on deck.
Thank you. I understand that it hasn't been tested in our cold climate, so you can't really talk to the life expectancy of the battery system, but can you speak to what is the regular maintenance on this system? If it's operating efficiently, being used on a regular basis, what kind of maintenance is required to keep it operating at its peak efficiency?
That's a great question. Our understanding is when they were running it in their work in the States, they were doing quarterly maintenance on it, but the maintenance isn't very much. So they would send in a technician from their office in California that would just do the tests and make sure everything is fine. They actually have an integrated software system that predicts maintenance as well as lets you know about any things that need to be troubleshot. They design that internally, and that's all part of the process. So it's actually quite efficient, and it's a pretty cool system for predicting if there's anything that needs to be swapped out or changed or dealt with. It tells you right there in your dashboard for the system. It's actually pretty cool. So
Thank you. And does it have an integrated point of sale system in it? Like
yes.
how does
Yeah.
the charging work, and what does that system require? Does it require a wired connection or?
No, it's a wireless. Yeah, I've actually worked with that in California with them to demonstrate it. It's all wireless. It's pretty slick. You tap your card or put your credit card through, and there's even an app too. If you're a user on a regular basis, you can download an app for it. So it's all wireless, and the point of sale is integrated and built right into the unit.
Thank you.
I have Counselor Mins and then Counselor Gerlach.
Good morning. I'm just wondering, so let's say this gets placed in grassland and all of a sudden a bunch of vehicles come in. How many like charges can this thing handle at one time or many times before it's got to recharge itself? I don't know how many.
Yeah, it's a great question.
Yep.
It provides 400 kilowatt hours per day. It can do about 4 cars at a time. And can handle charging basically for about 12 to 16 hours out of the day. If you integrate it in with renewable source of energy, like that's a different discussion, but we have the ability to do that through waste energy or solar. You're actually constantly recharging the system. And so, yeah, it's capable of charging 4 cars at a time. And its maximum capacity is about 400 kilowatt hours. So, roughly about 12 to 16 hours of full charging, 4 cars all day long, before the system would really start to see a push on it in terms of needing to actually recharge.
And just to step in, Chris, if the charging, like if it's tied to the grid, obviously, then there's no degradation. Like you can just charge, you can keep going.
Correct. Yep.
Follow-up
But
comments?
you can only keep going if the grid keeps going, right? So that's the issue. And then on the bidirectional side, that's all done through software. So if Athabasca experienced an outage or there was an issue or whatever, you can actually then just turn the system around and it will start transferring electricity back into the grid. So it becomes basically then a really big generator in times of where there might be an emergency or a power outage or something needs to happen very quickly. So pretty cool stuff, actually.
Yeah, when you talked about off-grid, what is the source or what is the generation of power to supply the power to the system? If you've got 8 hours of daylight and minus 25 degree conditions in the wintertime, what is the source of energy?
Yeah, so obviously then that's going to be impacted with solar, right? But we've actually looked at integrating a waste energy system as well. And so, certainly for North, these are discussions for another day, but we have in fact looked at integrating a full-on waste energy system that would power this thing up all day long. And so it would not be grid reliant. Solar is obviously there in times when solar is available. You know, in areas, and I'm not saying that that would be in Athabasca, but obviously in areas where there's wind, you can tie that in. So there are ways of tying in alternate sources of power and energy that would be able to provide this. So, you know, especially in northern communities, and even more north than where you are, where they don't have necessarily access into grid or even these things, there is the ability to turn this into the end result of a full-on waste energy power system. And that's another part of our company that we are very actively involved with. But that's not part of today's presentation, but that's one of the ways.
Okay, and what would the base cost be of a unit? Because this intrigues me that there would be a 2-year payback. If you're buying the energy from the grid, that seems like everybody would be jumping on board as entrepreneurs to set up a system like this if we can get a payback in 2 years.
Well, I mean, obviously that's going to depend on what your kilowatt hour charges are. But basically you're in the neighborhood of $200,000. And that's really what it is. That's what it is. It's a unit.
Yeah, so for the first,
the capital, sorry, go ahead.
well, you'd have a profit margin of $100,000 a year. So after 2 years, you would be making $100,000 a year on it.
Well, if you're looking at 4 car, I mean, obviously this is utilizing numbers of, you know, 4 cars charging at a time for 10 hours. Like these are the numbers that we've worked through with them at about, you know, sort of a 12 to 15 cent per kilowatt hour charging rate. And again, this is variable. So, you know, but if you have a pretty strong usage case where you've got a lot of cars charging and they're utilizing it throughout the day, it's a relatively quick payback, because again, there's just not a lot of infrastructure cost, digging up stuff, trying to figure things out, long time frame. Like it can be deployed very quickly.
Holland, you're on deck.
Thank you. And thanks for all these great questions. Most of mine have been answered, but I just have one real quick one. And again, thank you for your presentation. It's really great information to have. I'm curious, being these are standalone systems, if conversations may also be happening with the province and the feds, being that there are several locations, rest stops, way stations, and those kinds of things that are along the route that may be also helpful. I also am greatly concerned when we have a city that has evacuated once and again partially twice, how to get those people out if they're not fully charged, you know, those types of things. So just wondering if there's discussion happening for further standalone systems along that route.
That is a fantastic point and question. That's how we met Todd. He spoke to us about this very, you know, sad scenario that had developed. And, you know, we're very concerned. We see it down here and hear about the news, but you don't really realize what the impact is when somebody can't get their car charged. So yes, we have begun these discussions. We just took over this distributorship. We've been in discussions and negotiations for the last 2 or 3 months. We just inked this up about a month ago. So we're super excited now about really launching this whole project. And we have in fact begun some preliminary discussions with the province and with the feds, because we see this as a tremendous opportunity in what's known as a charging desert, right? To be able to provide opportunities for these standalone systems in these times when it's an emergency, or just somebody's on the highway and they need a charge and they forgot, or something happened, or they're in a hurry, or whatever happens. By being able to have these standalone units available, this is a critical part of the building sustainable infrastructure, right? And so, yeah, this is something we've begun in earnest, because we believe there's a huge opportunity for it, and it's very, very needed. So, thank you.
Councillor Holland has a follow-up to that, and then Councillor Cromwell.
Thank you very much. It's really good news to have, and I certainly hope that those conversations are also happening with the stations that are along the way in Wandering River Grassland. Grassland has already gone ahead with the level 2 charger, so it's not so much of a desert anymore, and hopefully the petition will be updated to indicate that as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Cromwell.
Thank you. And last quick question here, follow up from a great question from the Deputy Reeve. We were talking about maintenance requirements and you made a comment that caught my attention. Maintenance is very simple. They send a tech up from California. Well, that is going to be one heck of a
Yeah.
repair bill if I need to if we need to bring up a tech 4 times a year from California. That is a boatload of mileage and airfare for hey, we have an error message on the board. Do you have any local technicians or are we looking at out of country repair every time there's a problem?
You all ask some very, very good questions, and they're the same ones that I've been asking for the last couple months while I've been negotiating, meeting with them. Excellent point. Yes, you're right. We can't be flying people up to California. Electric Fish and Bolt Charge will offer a full training course to your local operations staff that would train them fully in the equipment to be able to maintain it themselves, and also to diagnose and troubleshoot if there's any issues. And the electrical can be handled by any local electrician that's licensed in the area. And so, fantastic question. Ask the same one. I said, we can't be jetting people up to, from California to, wherever every time there's a software glitch. And so, yes, your staff will be fully trained. That's provided as part of the package. That's not an extra thing. And so they'll be fully trained in the operations and have access into the company at all times to be able to ensure that the maintenance is done properly. Thank you for drawing attention to that. It's a critical.
We are well beyond our time constraints. Mr. Hilliard, did you have any comments you wanted to add, or we haven't really given you the opportunity to speak yet?
No, I'm here just as a user. This is what I explained to Chris. I'm the test case. I'm the end user. As much as I thought I was one of very few people that bought an EV in Fort McMurray and that does travel a lot back and forth to Edmonton for various meetings. I work for an oil company, also do volunteer for the Red Cross. So I'm constantly back and forth. Kind of shocked to learn that there wasn't very few of us, but I wouldn't say that when you asked about how many people use, I can give you ad hocly. There's about 24 of us that communicate on a regular basis. Obviously, that's just a personal circle, and I definitely want to get you more official numbers from that way. But I was shocked to learn about how many have, and then a constant question of, oh, I would definitely buy an EV if more infrastructure was in place. And then you get, oh, well, we'd put more infrastructure in place if people would buy EVs. You get the chicken or the egg. So it's just a matter of I wanted to touch base, and Chris reached out, and yeah, I really appreciate you guys allowing us to come down and speak. Chris does all the technical talking. I'm just here to use me as a test case because I'm the actual EV user and have been for a few years. Be happy to talk to anyone about EV use in the wintertime. But yeah, that's all I had to say.
Well, thank you both on behalf of council for presenting this to us. Our process, delegations are an information in process. This does come up later in the agenda for a bit more of a discussion among council members themselves. But I do appreciate you sharing with us this innovative approach to meeting a need that may avoid some of the larger standby costs that come from the more traditional chargers. Because as you know, over the long run, the capital cost often can be fairly minimal on these things relative to the significant operating standby charges. So thank you again for being here. And if there's any follow-up, we will reconnect.
Thank you so much. Real privilege, and take care, everybody. Thank you.
Council,
Thank you very much.
we have a delegation who is waiting, and I'm going to say let's take a 4-minute break, and I will reconvene us when the clock on the wall says 11:30 or slightly before if we're all here. It's past, and I would like to reconvene rather, the Thursday, June 27th Athabasca County Council meeting. We are at item number 4.4 and 4.3, and we have with us Christine Schmelze and John Burton, who are, I want to say, site managers and look after the Boyle and the Athabasca Hospital on behalf of Alberta Health Services. And you're here to talk to us about Boyle. Our normal practice is we'll do briefly introductions, and then the floor is yours and you can introduce yourself. And at the end, we may have a couple of questions for you. So in the interest of time, on your right is our CAO, Mr. Bob Beck, Recording Secretary, Ms. Blair, Communications Coordinator, Mr. Schenkelberg, Councillor Mins, Councillors Holland, Councillor Chamzik, Councillor Wallach, you know me, Councillor Anderson, our Deputy Reeve, Councillor Kapitanek, Councillor Gerlich, and Councillor Cromwell. Please take the floor. And the microphones are necessary in order to make sure the folks who are live streaming and viewing can hear you. So just touch the button, and then when the light's on, you're live.
Good morning, I'm Christy. I work here in Athabasca and Boyle. I'm the site manager for both sites. I'll let John introduce himself.
Yeah, my name's John Burton. I'm the clinical care manager, not the site manager, but so that would basically be the unit manager. And I do some patient flow coordination type stuff as well.
Yeah. We're glad we were invited. I hope we can answer your questions. In terms of the overview on the Boyle Hospital, as far as we've been made aware from our AHS leadership and senior leadership, is that the hospital will remain open, and plans to reopen the hospital are a priority for the community. At this time, we're not in a position to open, and that falls back on the RN vacancies that continue to exist. That problem is not unique to Boyle. It's across the province, across Canada, actually. And because we are a small site, it hurts us more. Currently, we have six permanent positions, 3 of which are full-time, 3 of which are part-time. And we don't have those. We only have 2.5s filled. One of those 2.5s is about to go on maternity leave. So you can see where we're at in terms of staffing. We do have programs in place that AHS has supported, one of them being the Internationally Educated Nursing Program. I'll let John speak on the details of that, but essentially what Alberta has done has brought in a host of many nurses that are educated from different countries. They've come into our system, and the solution was that, they would take 8 to 12 weeks to get up to speed or standard of our practice, and then would be able to join our nurses on the floor. And this is a pilot project. It was a brand new project that came about as a solution, and we're finding that it's not exactly as intended. So those nurses are coming, and they're not able to practice independently yet. So we're doing our best to work with them and their individual needs, because everyone is different. We only have 1 in Boyle at this time. We did have 2. 1 has already gone home, unfortunately. But the current one that's remaining, we're working with him diligently. And he's actually now working in Athabasca because it provides a much more dynamic nursing experience. There's a much higher volume. The acuity's higher. We have our acute care open. So he'll be working there for the next 3 weeks. And I'll let John touch on that as well. But the solutions are there, but they're not immediate. The other piece to it is Boyle has always been a single RN site, meaning that there usually is only 1 RN on at a time. Given that responsibility, it's huge. As an RN myself, and I'm Canadian trained, moving back home to my community of Athabasca, I had the opportunity to work in Boyle, and I turned that down because it's terrifying for me as an RN to know that I'd have to run a hospital by myself. So that it's such a unique site in that sense. and the funding only exists for a solo RN. So the people that are coming out of nursing school, the people that are coming from the international countries, or we also have another select group called the DIENs. That's a domestic internationally educated nurses. So those are nurses that existed in their country maybe 5-6 years ago, but have been living in Canada and working in various professions. We're also, they're able to now apply on these jobs. Those people are not in any position to roll into Boyle and start working. So it's taking a lot of resources to train them, to educate them to our standard, but it's going to take time, unfortunately. So that is essentially where we're at. And we're doing our best. So I'll let John, if you want to speak on any of the specifics. I didn't mention your Becky, so.
Yeah, in terms of like what we're doing to hire, it's actually going quite well. I've only been in this role for 2.5 years. I've been in Athabasca for 4. I was a nurse on the floor first. And I am seeing a bit of a shift just in the nursing population in general, like a positive shift. But again, it's not a quick fix for anything that we're going through. I have connections with MacEwan because I used to work for MacEwan University. So I'm trying to sort of foster a little bit more interest in like what it's like to be a rural nurse, especially for myself. I'm a bit of a niche because I'm actually an RPN, which is a registered psychiatric nurse who just happened to specialize in emergency. There's no difference between the RN RPN role, except we do a little bit of a different schooling program. So I've tapped into that as well. And we actually had hired somebody to Boyle who's training right now, who is an RPN, which comes like she's doing really well. So we're getting a little bit more creative as well. But like I said, it's not a quick fix. That's the biggest problem, I guess. The internationally educated nurse is being put through a very rigorous program that we've developed for him personally here in Athabasca. And he's doing really successful with that as well. So yeah, we're seeing some of the positives come out, but like Christy had mentioned, the opening needs to be sound. There needs to be people there. And any inconsistencies are probably not the best for the community to be like Lac La Biche or Smoky Lake, who are shutting down on Wednesday, they're shutting down on Saturday, they're shutting down the next week, like it's just important to make sure that it's done properly. So yeah, that's all I really have to say.
Thank you. And I know because we're at the nearing the 2-year anniversary of the intermittent closure of the Boyle Healthcare Center. I thought it was important that we hear from you and talk about the hard work that's happened, because I know I get bits of it, but I think our council will appreciate the update. And I appreciate that despite the delays, you're putting a priority on the right people and keeping our residents safe and providing the best possible care. We all know we don't want to go into these situations with anything less than the highest standard. The question that I had, I guess, really was just what can we do to assist in the work you're doing? What do you need from us?
I often ask myself that question. I think the greatest predictor of nurses staying rural is coming from rural. So I think we have to grow our own. And I know that message is out there and it's repeated. I think it's great that we're bringing in, people educated in different countries. But the reality is, once they're trained up at Boyle, they can go anywhere in the world, because once you've run an ER by yourself, you can, the sky is the limit, right? And that's often what happens to us in Athabasca and Boyle, is we have these young grads that come out and they're full of hopes and dreams, and it's great. And we train them up and they maybe work here a year, 2 years, and then they're gone. And we expect that, and we're really good at training people, but it's not going to retain anybody. So I think we need to shift gears and look at things like, how can we encourage our local people? How can we support them on their journey into healthcare, because I think that's really an answer. So.
I'll confess that at the beginning of this announcement, I was probably overly optimistic at how long it would take us to collectively, you know, fill these gaps. And now as we as you near the 2-year mark, it makes me think, boy, if I could go back and provide some advice, like I think the strategy that was used was great. And I think that we probably should have had a parallel strategy, and there'll be some things in that for us to discuss as a council. I think Councillor Wallach has a question for you. And again, thank you for being here.
Yeah, you mentioned that there's quite a few vacancies. I'm just wondering why AHS only has one RN position posted for a job.
We can speak to that. So when we do interviews for positions, we typically don't repost them until the interview processes have taken place. And that comes down to the union. And we are actively interviewing people. I already had one interview today and I have another tomorrow. So once the interviews are finished and if there's nobody that's successful, then it gets reposted again.
So then judging from that, then most of those positions should be full if you're only hiring one person.
Like, what do you mean? Sorry?
Well, there's only one position posted and you said there's 3 full-time and 3 part-time positions.
Oh, they're not all vacant either. That's just the staffing complement that Boyle has.
Okay.
I can speak to that.
Okay, sure.
So we have our 3 full-time positions. One is currently filled with an IEN, so we can't interview for that position because legally immigration is tied to his position. The second full-time position is legally tied to another IEN that's arriving at some point this year, so we legally can't post that position. The third position, full-time, is the one that we're interviewing for, and that's currently filled with a locum nurse that we're using through AHS to fill that vacancy. The 3 part-times, we have 1 vacancy, the 0.63, which we're currently interviewing for, and then the 2 0.5s, one is currently filled. The second 0.5 is filled. She's going on maternity leave, and we just started the process to post that. So I know it's a bit convoluted, but yeah.
Yeah, it just seems like you're not getting.
With the posting pieces, with the interviews. So we have all that red tape in the background with HR, with the union, and yeah.
Second question, what's the best way to look for locals to apply for these positions other than online? Because I do know there's people in the community that are looking.
Online, I'll be honest, we're getting hundreds of applicants right now, but these applicants are not necessarily suitable. They're from Tom Green in India that has no nursing experience. So we have to, and it's our job to sift through those 100 applicants for each posting with a fine-tooth comb. If they're interested, they have to apply online, but they could also reach out to us personally. I would recommend that, and people are coming in that are local, that are new to the community, which is exciting. So, absolutely.
Other questions? I think we appreciate that you're here and the work you're doing. I think everybody has got the answers they need, and I apologize for the delay. Councillor Anderson, I think would like a follow-up, and then.
Thank you. We hear so often about recruitment and retention, and you've talked a lot about the recruitment efforts you've been making. Thank you very much for that. Is there more that we can do on the retention side to help those staff members who are still working in the facility feel valued or more hopeful for the future?
There is currently in Athabasca and in Boyle, and I would say more so Athabasca at this time, although I know the numbers are showing in Boyle. We struggle with our staffing levels. We've been under review for our staffing levels for many years. So we often are able to recruit quite easily because Athabasca is a beautiful town. Boyle, we're able to recruit quite
opportunity to learn some really amazing ER skills. And it's a beautiful town as well. The problem ends up being, again, you have these young people that are drawn to the area to gain that experience, so they want to come here. But again, they're not from here. So that's one piece of it. The other piece is that our staffing complement is quite low. So when people come here, they work really hard. And it's hard to convince people to stay here if they have to work twice as hard as the people in other communities. So, and that is the reality of it, for sure.
Councillor Gerlich.
I kind of feel a little bit uncomfortable sometimes when we talk about bringing in foreign people to work. I almost feel like we're freeloaders. Let some other country educate them and train them, and then we'll just scoop them up. We should be one of the richest countries in the world if we just managed things a little better. My rant led me to forget the point I was doing. Oh, I think the biggest problem with job retention is people who are in that type of business are in there because they're trying to do good and they're trying to be successful. And when they're limited, when they can't get the results because of understaffing or not being able to really commit to giving superb care because they're just stretched too thin. That's got to be very weighing on these people because it takes a special person to do that job. And if you don't get the job satisfaction or the feeling that you're really doing something, you're going to look for someplace else to do it. And so we, whatever it is we have to do something to improve the working conditions and the job satisfaction so that people can do their job, and they've got to get something out of it too. They're giving all the time and they also have to receive. So I don't know what the answer is, but it's kind of frustrating.
John, go ahead, and then Councillor Mintz.
Just on that note, I just want to say, like, I'm not from Athabasca personally. My family's here, but I'm not from Athabasca. I'm from Edmonton. And I came here on a whim, actually, as a nurse, because I wanted to be closer to my family during COVID. Is the reason why I stayed. And then I put my roots down here. So I'm a good example of somebody who's come from outside and has decided to stay because I just really love it. Now, Boyle, unfortunately, had some sort of mass exodus even before I was a manager. And so that group of the core nurses is kind of gone. So we really need to find who those people are and just get them back to the facility and grow that group again. And if there are local people, we want local people because they'll stay, right? So that's just,
Ironically, I have a very good understanding of what you people are going through my family. And my daughter works in a bigger center and it sounds exactly the same. It's the red tape and the job hours and just the amount of work that it takes to do this, the burnout end of it and all this stuff. So I really understand what you people are doing, trying to obtain more nurses and more help and everything. So good on you. But I have a very understanding of what you people are going through. And if there's anything we can do, sure.
I think we've exhausted the questions. Again, we appreciate you taking the time and part of your morning to join us and bring this update. And it's a nice chance for us to hear it and for it to get shared back in the community because it is not on our part of our discussion every day, but I know it's part of our thoughts. Council, I think we should break for lunch until the clock here says 10 minutes after 12. That's a 20-minute break. And then we can come back and try and get a few more things done before the 1 o'clock delegation. Christy and John, thank you again for spending your morning with us and for what you're doing. Council meeting. It is 12 minutes after 12. A little behind. You wanted to bring to the table. Page 104.
Motion I would like to make is to add these locations to the 2024 mowing list. As presented.
Councillor Mins has made a motion to add the 3 locations presented to the 2024 mowing list. Do you want to open the discussion? Floor is yours.
I guess the biggest thing is I know we have, it says in the agenda there that we won't have enough time to do this, but also at the same time, we've already added on locations this year already, and I feel that I don't want to be the one that starts halfway through the year taking them off. And one question I do have is I know all these locations have to have whole harmless agreements. Has all the whole harmless agreements been obtained yet from the other locations that we are already doing? Because if
that's a question for Director Whaley, and I'm sure she can reply.
Through the chair to Councillor Mins, I believe, are waiting on 3.
Okay, that sounds good. But I just look at it that, you know what? To go halfway through the year and all of a sudden tell some community groups that, no, we're not doing this anymore. Doesn't sit well with me, so I would rather just add them on. Hopefully we can, the employees will do their best that they can get these areas mowed and stuff like that. If we actually have to bring on somebody to I don't know, help out, like a contractor or something, I'd be in agreement to that if we had to, but I'm not willing to say no to people when we've been already saying yes to them already this year. So that's my stance.
Councillor Chamzik, you.
I tend to agree with you, and I mean, I think most of these organizations, a lot of them already have some form of backup plan, if you will, and volunteers usually step up. I mean, it's been a rainy season, and I mean, I don't think most people struggle enough with cutting their own grass, and if they have the time, a lot of the time, I feel community members also do step up, and I agree, stepping in the middle of the year and saying no is a deficit.
Councillor Cromwell, you're on deck.
Thank you. Though I tend to agree with my friends across the table, and I will support adding these 3 to the agenda, much of the dirty looks I'm probably getting from the director, who I will not make eye contact with. I would like to make an amendment, however, and to no longer accept any further mowing requests as of July 1st, 2024 for this season's. But we still have to think about the staff and what they have to do. And I think it is very fair to put a deadline on there. Go look, if you're waiting until the 12th hour, that's unfortunate. This is your deadline. If you're on this list, you have until now. That way we're being fair and responsible and still not, like you said, Councilman, we cannot go, well, we've accepted A and B, but we're not going to take D and E. We have to draw a line in the sand, and I think that putting a deadline of July 1. So, end of day, July 30 or June 30th, 2024. And we have to move forward from there. There's only so much that can be done. And I don't believe we're in the position to want to allocate a third mowing crew and add to this year's budget. So we have to give and take a little bit, I really think.
Councillor Kapitanek.
I do not agree with that amendment at this time, but I would agree with having that in a program if we had to create something for next year. The reason is that's 2 days away, and the only people that are going to get to deal with that are administration. And if somebody, if we think about it too, Monday is a holiday. People are coming back to work, and all of a sudden someone else wants to add to the list and they say, no, there was a deadline. How would anyone know? That's the only reason. So I won't vote with that, but I really think that we just need to really focus when we're getting to budget time. And if this is a service we want to provide, make sure we fund it properly, because then we won't have to continue having the conversation. It'll be there if people want to be added, that there is budget allocation for it, and then the director doesn't have to bring it back to us every time. So just keeping that on the top of our minds.
So Councillor Cromwell has made an amendment to add to no longer accept any further requests for this year's mowing schedule after July 1st of 2024. Councillor Wallach, you're on deck.
As some of these community groups say that they have somebody hired, I'm assuming their level of service is higher when they pay somebody. I just want to make sure that they're well communicated with, that this is not the same level as a private service. Because I think they'll be disappointed. Second question, how much will this decrease our service level to other community projects at this point?
Director or CAO?
To the chair, I would suggest, based on both Mother Nature and the additions that we have been making, we are looking at a 4-week rotation.
Councillor Holland, you're on deck.
Thank you. Are you able to tell me if these 3 requests have been mowed prior to by the county?
Through the chair to Councillor Holland, I don't have that historical information.
Other questions? Councillor Gerlich.
There is a bit of a natural problem that exists because your greatest grass growth is in the month of June, and your largest rainfall is also in the month of June, which makes it very awkward. And I think, like, I know in beautiful Division 1, a number of years ago, we kind of took on the responsibility. The county offered a small incentive, which the community group accepted and basically has been looking after those problems, or the grass mowing at the cemetery and in town and whatever for the last 30 years. And would be more than willing to take the full responsibility for it. Thus leaving the responsibility of the county for a small remuneration. It would probably be far cheaper than what the county can do it for. And like, when you start cutting it now, when the grass is this tall, it's a mess. It just takes a long, it just takes a long time to get it back under control. You often have to sweep it or rake it or whatever. And I think over a period of time, we need to be encouraging people to take it over. And if they get a small incentive, like I know for cemetery cleanup now, it's almost an event. We get 20 people come out to cemetery cleanup once a month, mowing and it's people come from Westlock and that have family members there. I'm gonna leave it there. I lost my last train of thought. Yeah.
Other comments on the amendment? I don't support the amendment from the perspective that July 1 is as arbitrary as making it June 1. We've let a couple people sneak in well past budget season, and I think it's inequitable. We've made the budget decisions. Admin has said that they feel that they can't do it, and we're now letting some in. If the gate's open, the gate's open, and if it's closed, it's closed. And so either we close it at the end of budget season, or we leave it open and just reduce service levels until we accommodate everybody at at a much slower pace. And so I think either we're adding or we're not adding, and it's inequitable to make it so close. Now, that's the amendment. We still can circle back on the motion. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Councillor Mid.
On the amendment, I understand where the council member's coming from to try to put a block on this too, but I do believe that stretching it out, making the thing go, you know, accepting at the end of the year that no more will be added on. I'd be more in tune with that instead of at the end of the budget or whatever. Instead of just cutting it off automatically, because then it looks like we're picking on everybody else too. So we need to come up with a very good plan of how we're going to do this, either through the budget or through a grant or something like that we can come up with a way of doing this stuff. But yeah, so on that end, I'm not for the amendment myself either.
Everybody, I think, has spoken to the amendment. So on the question of the adoption of an amendment to add and no longer accept any further request for this year's mowing schedule after July 1, 2024. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Holland, I didn't see your hand. So we are two and 7, and the amendment is defeated. On the main motion, I have actually lost kind of count of who spoke to that and didn't. Any further discussion on the main motion, which was to add the locations to the 2024 mowing list? I'm going to add that while I agree we're here to provide services, and this definitely warrants more discussion at budget. I think we need to be clear about what service level we're doing and are we putting enough money for it? And I feel like we're at the end of June and well past our budget season and well past a moment where these organizations should have had a plan in place for mowing in 2024. And so I think as a consideration in my view for 2025, it's reasonable. As for 2024, I don't support it either because like I've said, we're well past when there should have been a plan in. Well, on the main motion.
Thank you. I agree with the Reeve, actually. If we can't put even an anticipated end date, the stress we're putting on to administration, the crews, and the level of service is going to become unobtainable. And we're going to be getting complaints from campground or cemetery A, Hall B, because we went from 3 weeks to 4. Next council meeting, the director is going to bring back 3 more letters. We're up to a 5-week rotation. And though the amendment failed, I think that was the only way to really agree to those new requests by saying we can only do so much with what we allocated. Again, hindsight is 2020. What we need to look at in future budget and what we could have considered in this budget was apparently not realistic enough to the needs of the community. So because we have to end it at some point, I will also vote in opposition.
Councillor Minns, you'll get the final word on your motion. Is there anybody else that wants to address that? Councillor Kaputanek.
I'm gonna go with what you said originally, though, is that if we've opened the door's open this year, and we really can't make those changes now. Hindsight is 2020. And that we do need to work on a actual program for next year, utilizing ideas that Mr. Gerlach said about incentivizing funding. I know Councillor Wallach's brought that up before, having a cutoff date for those who do want to take up on the potential mowing program we may have. But I really think right now it's just a situation where fair is fair, and we need to we need to say yes. We can't say no to yes to some and no to others.
Before I give the floor to Councillor Minns, any further comments? Councillor Minns, do you want to address the motion before we call a question?
just the, just the last words is
Oh, yes.
we, we also have to remember a budget's a budget, right? It's an estimated amount. And for some reason, we can't hit the target. We can go over budget. It's something that happens every once in a while and do we like to do that? No, I hate going over budget on some stuff, but who knows if it doesn't quit raining, we're gonna go over budget on gravel. So it's like half a dozen one, a dozen the other. If we need to hire somebody to catch up on a couple of these things. There's entrepreneurs out there that are looking for work. I know it's a little bit more work on administration to oversee it, but I don't know. We need to really come up with a good program on how we can administer this. That makes sense to administration, makes sense to council, makes sense to the budget. And until we can do that, I can't say no.
And that is the final word on the question of the adoption of the motion to add the locations to the 2024 mowing list. All those in favor? Opposed? The count is 5 and 4 and the motion is adopted. We are at item number 7.2. Councillor Anderson, you asked for this to be on the list.
Thank you. I'd like to move to accept the report as information.
Councillor Anderson has made a motion to move to accept for information. Do you want to open the discussion?
In 2024, we signed a contract and brought on a new assessor. We've reassessed are in the process of reassessing every property in 2024. And I would just like to be able to wait at least a year until all those assessments are complete and we see kind of what's been caught, what was actually found before we look at doing something like this. I really think trying to push this through now would be too much. When we have that information, we'll be coming back. We've already taken steps to kind of have that process started.
Other comments? Councillor Holland?
Just in the name, just through the chair to Councillor Anderson, would you be in favor of changing from accept to receive, being that accept means we would adopt the information that's here?
Do you object? Does anybody else object? The motion is to receive for information. There is no objections. Councillor Holland, is that other comments? I know we've talked about this a little bit, like years ago, and I think it's important to do an education piece first. And so for me, this is far too aggressive, far too soon for our ratepayers. We need to see what happens with the reassessment, as noted, because of the inspection cycle. I also suspect we're going to catch a lot of things that will follow our historic practice of trying to educate and bring people along in a friendly way, versus the more adversarial approach that doubling fees seems to me to be. I also am mindful that we've recently adopted a strategic plan and this has not been part of our high list of priorities. So I'm in support of just letting it sit for a year. Councillor.
Yeah, I agree. We've heard multiple times that there's going to be a fees bylaw coming forward. I think we just wait to see what administration brings us, as what is attached from Westlock is their fees and rates bylaw. So let's just wait to see what administration brings back and then we can go for further discussion.
Councillor Chamzin, was your hand up?
Nope, that's pretty much echo.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Cromwell, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And yes, we do have a reassessment going, but I think far too often, and everyone in this room has heard, have seen, and knows that we have far too many things that are going on that are not approved, non-permitted, happen before permission is done, happen while things are in the queue, and that this county has no teeth, and that do whatever you want and we will get you into compliance. I think that we very much need to increase the penalty or the permit cost for those people that are acting outside of compliance, outside of redistricting, prior to getting their full approval. If you put hotel on your property, Counselor Mims, and you put in the request today and you open the doors tomorrow and we haven't even had the chance to redistrict that plot of land or look at it, you understand what the rules are. You understand the process from A to B. There should be some kind of penalty going, we're going to continue to work on your application. However, because you chose to go ahead beyond what you've already been told is the process, these fees are now doubled for you and have a little bit of teeth in reining back some of that unauthorized, non-permitted development. And actually have a county that people say, hey, if I go too far too quick, I'm going to have to pay for it. And curb some of that. We should not have to rely on assessment coming every few years to know how many things have been ignored. We already work on a complaint basis system. Well, let's actually act a little bit upon that and start to penalize those people that are non-compliant, non-conforming, because we have a very large number of very great people that follow every rule, every hoop that we put out there. And I get the calls, and I'm sure some of you do too. Why do I follow the rule when there is no penalty for the people that don't? We've just talked about acting fairly and allowing these people to join the program because we've allowed it for the others before. Why are we allowing people to be non-compliant, non-conforming, and reward them the same as the people that go through everything we ask them to do? I'm not saying rewrite the world. I'm saying increase the fines that development can give out for those people that blatantly go, I don't care what you said or what the process is. Here's what I've done. I'm going to get it approved anyway. Talk the talk and be fair from A to Z.
Counselor Mintz, floor is yours.
Just a question through the chair to the CAO, the fees and bylaws costs and that this would go into there. So maybe what we could do is when that comes through, exactly what Councillor Wallach said, maybe implement it then, and then that way it's all done at the same time. Eh? So my thoughts.
We have not heard from Councillor Chamzik, Gerlich, or Kapitanek. Do any of you want to weigh in? Councillor Gerlich, the floor is yours.
I disagree.
With what?
I didn't come here to levy penalties on people. That's not the spirit of why we're here. We can provide direction and try to give some guidance and believe it or not, I've broken the law a few times. Not intentionally, not intentionally, but I've been pulled over by a police officer. He said, you're doing this wrong. I said, I didn't realize I was doing that wrong. You know, and he said, well, this is the way you should be doing it. And I said, from this day forward, that's the way I will do it. And he gave me some direction. He didn't give me a penalty because what good would it have done to give him a $400 fine? I've acknowledged what I've done wrong. It wasn't done intentionally, or, you know, sometimes these things are done intentionally, but sometimes people get tired of the red tape and whatever. But we're not here to penalize people. I just don't like, that's not the spirit of the way we should operate.
Councillor Chamzik?
I agree 100%. And I mean, as we all know, things take time and we have to allow them to have time and collect the data to do so.
Councillor Kapitanek, everybody else waiting? Okay, Councillor Anderson, everybody's spoken. Do you have a final word? The question is, if you're ready, is on the adoption of the motion to receive the report for information. All those in favor? Opposed? Count looks like it's 9-0 and the motion is adopted. Three. I didn't write down who put that on. That might have been me. Is there anybody willing to move a motion? Councillor Cromwell, the recommended one or a different one?
I'll move the recommended motion.
Okay. Councillor Cromwell has moved the recommended motion. That's bylaw. Sorry, Councillor Crumble, did you want to open the discussion, and then Councillor Wallach is on deck?
Thank you. As we're talking about a community that cares, strengthening our economy, we look at some of our communities, whether it be in hamlets or on rural roads, that have fallen into a complete state of disrepair, that have been ignored for years, sometimes decades. And what that does to adjacent property values, to the look of our communities, the feel of our communities, and what we're trying to bring in to our communities. We were talking about economic development, growth, making people want to come to Athabasca County. Yet we have respectfully lots that look like and are garbage in our hamlets, in our communities, in our areas, and we should take a bit of ownership on that. If the people that have ownership of that property are unable or unwilling or just gone, something needs to be done to that, to bring that growth back, to bring that care back to our communities and make them look good. We've all heard many a time, you look good, you feel good, you work good. No different for the community. Councillor Mims, I picked on you last time, Councillor Holland. You go and mow your lawn and you make sure that everything looks great, but your neighbor in your hamlet hasn't cut their lawn in 12 years. No one's lived there. The porch is falling apart. The roof is peeling. You care about your property, yet you're dragged down by the neglected, unkept property next door to you that no one has lived at since the day your kid turned 2. Well, now we can actually come in and say, you know what, we care about you and how you feel and how your property looks as well. We're going to help and take care of this property here, add it to their tax roll, however the bylaw is done by the county. This is just to provide a report on what we can do so that we can show you we actually care about how you feel, how you look, and your property. We've now increased your property value, and look, now that lot is being sold. There's a beautiful family moving in that is the wife of a doctor and the son of an RN. And we're happy because we've just made everything better. A very simple thing to have administration look at and bring back.
Councillor Wallach, you're on.
Well, I'm not opposed to this program. In our strategic plan, creating a hamlet growth strategy is medium priority. It's in there. Let's let administration work through the high priorities of things that we chose, and then get to the medium priorities. This is not a little job. This is a significant thing, and I'm sure there's some legal ramifications that we have to look at. Also, in our last COW reports, there was 0 community standard violations. So is this an issue, or is this just something that we're making work?
Councillor Chamzik, and then
Well, I
Holland,
think
and then
you're right, giving it some time. We also have the community standards bylaw. And, now with increased enforcement services, that is something that, hopefully we'll see an uptick in having some of these properties even have a proper look at as well.
Councillor Holland, you're next.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate you bringing this forward because this is a huge issue as far as I'm concerned in many of our hamlets and as well as in our communities. Even so much as long as our main corridors arriving to our communities. The community standards bylaw is not utilized, I guess, as much as we would like to see it, because number one, neighbors don't like to call on neighbors. Number two, neighbors are tired of making those calls and nothing happening. So there's, a couple of reasons that we have a problem with community standards bylaw. And one of them, I believe, is instead of making this a priority of complaint based only, that as our 3 CPOs are cruising our communities, that maybe they also bring forward some things that are that we can be looking at as well. So hopefully we take more of an initiative as a county rather than wait for those complaints to come in.
Councillor Kapitanek, then Gerlach.
A couple of points. The first one would be that I do agree with Councillor Wallach. This is a large project. And so I don't think the time frame is reasonable, and it might not even be something that gets completed in this term, but the definition of derelict will have to be very, very, very closely examined and defined, because what one person sees as the historical, say, falling down church in, you know, a field, another person sees as just, you know, derelict, rotting safety hazard. So there'll have to be a lot of definition around, I would like to say, historical properties that are returning to nature, which ideally is the point, versus run down or shack type locations. We all have them in our communities, so I don't have to point out the ones that we have as well in Division 2. And the other side of it is, if the taxes are paid, really, it's kind of none of our business. If we want to get into enabling our communities to look better, and I like your idea, even in our last conversation, about not penalizing, but finding ways to empower, then this council needs to look at potentially a funding or grant program that we could put out to help people haul off an old trailer, help them dispose of it properly. Maybe it's matching, maybe it's providing the necessary resources to remove. I shouldn't use the word trailer specifically, but likely there's like a lot of that kind of building structure, right? That's very movable. And as a council, maybe that's the direction we need to look at. Do we want to beautify our communities? How can we help those people? Because likely they're not doing it on purpose, not leaving it there because they like it. They're leaving it there because they're in a place in their life, or as you said, maybe don't even live here, wouldn't even know who to contact, and are like, it's just fine, I'll pay the taxes, leave it. You know, all of a sudden, if there's a program, oh wait, someone can help me with that. Maybe it's the contacts or the financing, maybe it's a loan, but oh, those might get utilized. And we might see some people take pride in cleaning up their property because now they have some resources. So just food for thought. That's, I'll leave it there.
Councillor Gerlich, you're on deck.
Yeah, I like the idea that this has come up because it's something that I think we should ease into, not that we should just discuss it and come up with a resolution that we're gonna lay down the law. My concern is that I think a lot of these properties are gonna get to the point where people will just walk away from them. In the hamlets, there's the value of the lot is probably significantly less than removal of the building. The county can get we can inherit the mess and have to clean it up. But I think again, that if the subject has been brought up, then I think it's up to the councillors in the division and in the area to. I don't like what the role of councillors has become. I think the MGA has sort of made us redundant in a lot of respects. And you know, our job should be to be working with people and kind of bringing to realization that your neighbors would really appreciate if you would keep your property in a little better shape and maybe try and work with them to get some of these things cleaned up without laying the hammer down, because people just walk away from it. Say, you clean up the mess, you can have it. And so we should rip the scab off here. You know, maybe so we can get some of this stuff to start healing up.
CAO and then Councillor Anderson, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really like what Councillor Gerlach just said. We probably want to walk before we run, and we're happy to bring back a report talking about that. But just so council's aware, we might be the single biggest landowner who would get these cleanup orders.
Yes.
And so
Hey, that's in my notes.
we have a bit of work to do to get our house in order, houses in order on tax recovery properties before we start writing a pile of letters to everyone else. There are some really bad properties that we know about that we don't own. And for example, Councillor Holland and I have shared notes on one, and we're working on it. But we own some, just so you know, we own some.
Councillor Anderson.
I don't recall discussing this as a high priority item during our strategic priority setting. And I have not been presented with enough data about what the actual issue is in most of these cases to be able to really push this forward. We've seen previously how long the tax forfeiture process takes when that is happening. I know of certain properties that have been caught up in estate issues for, some of that takes years to resolve, if not longer. Maybe the issue is that they just need assistance with cleaning it up so that they can maintain it or build new. I'm not really sure what that is, but I just don't have enough data on what we're actually looking for at this point, or that it is a high enough priority to really push this forward. And I don't think that the deadline that was proposed is quite enough time to really identify that by administration.
Councilor Mittens?
I think, yeah, I agree with that. I think setting the seed with administration and going at it in baby steps, as our CEO said, to come up. Because I think it is a huge program to undertake right now. When you start looking at the properties and exactly how do you assess them, what are you assessing them on? That is a huge undertaking, and not that it shouldn't be looked at, but I think just slowly going into it is a better way of doing it than, and maybe it'll be figured out in a year or 2 years or something like that, who knows? But to jump into it, hammer, that's tough. I know we've, had kind of a certain way of doing business, and I am also kind of the view that this hasn't been identified as one of our high priority items in the hours and hours we spent talking about strat priorities. And I worry that this would actually distract administration from working on a priority that has not been identified by council. And it is a priority that is not one of council's, but, and so I think for me, we need to give admin time to focus on the high priority stuff that we've already spent the time and effort to identify, and to respect the work we've done as a group there. I think, again, process wise, something like this should have come either before committee of the whole first to test its fit with our other priorities, or perhaps even in the strat planning updating process. I think this warrants discussion, absolutely, but I don't think it is now, and I don't think the timing is right. We've got examples from across the country, yet the majority of them are actually urbans. And I too, and the CAO we absolutely need to get our house in order and clean up our own mess before we start taking any action on items like this. So for me, this is a defer it until our next annual cycle of strat planning discussions, and see if this is the cream that rises to the top, or if it's not the answer. But it's too heavy handed for me. And so I'll be voting opposed to the motion. Well, I was going to do we want to suspend the, hey, Councillor Cromwell, you get the final word. Everybody else has made a comment. I think you've spoken to it. And so unless we want to suspend the rules, and let's give Councillor Cromwell a final word. And do we want to go around again? Is there any objection? Let me phrase it this way for you. Is there any objection to a second cycle? There's no objections, therefore, with unanimous consent, Councillor Chamzik.
I'll be fast, quite
You
often.
can be slow, that's okay.
Well, I'll be somewhere in the middle. How about that? When we're always, with the world faced problems, we rarely find solutions. And I don't know much about this program at all, but I mean, is there a possibility within fire services through the fire smarting program that there be grant funding possibilities through there for some of these buildings? I don't know.
I think the CEO could
Hopefully.
will
this
confirm
might
whether
be
we're
answered.
allowed to burn down buildings.
And that's all I had.
CAO Beck?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding that live fire exercises on abandoned buildings are no longer something that they want to do.
Fire smart. not-
Yeah, so I just want to point out to everyone that even if you don't pass a motion, or you do pass a motion, we're still going to work on these files. Like we're not working on them, and we're going to continue to work on them. So we will be addressing the worst of the worst without emotion. And we are. It just hard to get compliance sometimes and, but we're working through, and so we will continue.
Councillor Hone, floor is yours, followed
Thank
by
you.
Councillor Mins.
I really appreciate what you've had to say today and to let us know that this is also something that's on your radar and that is being worked on as it can be worked on. I guess I'm getting a little bit frustrated when we keep hearing things like sneaking in. We haven't done it in the strat plan. We haven't done this with the strat plan. Strat plans are just that. They are almost like a budget. It starts out where we think about, oh, is this more important than that? Yes, it is. Yes, no, it's not. However, we also have a duty to bring forward all the time to this table the welfare of our community. So whether or not it's on the strat plan for me is irrelevant. We need to be looking at problems as they come up, and the welfare of our community is the most important over and above, as far as I'm concerned, the strat plan.
Councillor Mins, floor is yours.
Just real quick here, because that's what my comment was gonna be, was just that it looks like from the CAO to a counselor that buildings are being brought up and being discussed and said, okay, something needs to be done here, and letter campaigns are going out and people are trying to figure it out, and that's the main thing. That's, you know, we know that it's being looked at, so perfect.
Okay. Second, Councillor Wallach, you're on deck.
I would say this is in the strat plan. When you look at create a hamlet growth strategy and residents choose to remain and new people choose to move to them. Part of that is cleaning it up. So it is in the strat plan already. So I think we're there. I don't think we need to argue about if it's not in there. Like, this would be a part of the strategy to get people to move to a hamlet.
Councillor Gerlich, your hand was up.
Well, it was almost up. For me, it's a priority in my community. And, but again, as the counselor in that area, it's my responsibility to work with people to try and encourage them, and offer them, like, we've got a few things cooking where people are agreeing to do some things with a little assistance, because a lot of times it's, they sit on it and meditate about doing it, and they're going to do it. They'd like to do it, but they just don't get it done. So once you get it started and you get one little project done, and then you can put a little pressure on somebody else and say, well, look, we got that cleaned up. Look how much better it is. Let's work on this one. And one of the problems, though, is some of the yards that are not cut or mowed or just left. The houses that are on them maybe are old and not occupied, but at least they're secured. The windows aren't broken, and you know, that type of thing. So as long, I would like that we would have the authority to mow grass on those lawns and apply something to their taxes for just keeping, if they aren't going to keep them unsightly, can allow somebody else to clean it up, but they should pay some type of a fee. I don't know whether that is anything we're saying or what, but.
Okay. Second time, any other comments? CAO, just the question I have is, do you have time for the report to be completed by September? How does that impact the schedule of your team, given that we've already given you some priorities to work on?
Yeah, we can prepare a report, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Cromwell, you get the final word. Is there anybody that would like to speak a second time before the final word goes to the mover of the motion? Councillor Cromwell, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wallach made a grand point. It is part of our strat plan, but the comment that's been used around the room is, well, we didn't identify that as a high priority. We've said that a few times today. We cannot tunnel vision just to the few high priority issues on our strat plan. We have to be open at looking at things as they come up, as they become relevant. As we've talked around this room, I believe, 8 people out of 9 almost said that, yeah, this is an issue in my area, or have acknowledged that it's an issue in parts of the county that need to be looked at. I'm not saying we're going to come down hot and heavy on them right now. I'm saying prepare a report. What can we do? I agree. We have to get our own house into order as well. And the note I wrote down here is a deadline is fluid, just like our budget. If administration, and they've done that many a time, they've come back with, hey guys, we don't have that report ready. we need more time and we have never chastised them for that. We appreciate the amount of work they have to do, but caring for our community and ensuring our community is clean, safe, and vibrant is paramount of importance. The ownership for anyone working in a shop or anywhere is if you see it, you own it. Well, I'm sorry, we walk by it all the time. If Councillor Mims was working for the county and there was a spill of broken glass and nails on the floor, and you said, it's not my job right now, and walked by, but that little kid on a school tour who took that little detour, walked in through that open gate and hurt themselves, well, you would feel like a bag of toenails because it is your problem and it did become your problem. Seeing his ownership, and that's something that is maybe foreign to some now. So I think it is a very important motion to pass, and we can work on it as time goes on, but a very good beginning.
Someone said to me recently, it's a guideline, it's a deadline, not a guideline. And so I think they have different definitions, but I appreciated that bit of wisdom and I've kept it for my own life. We have a motion on the floor, which reads that County Council direct administration to prepare a report by the last meeting in September on the feasibility of having these properties cleaned up and or demolished at the property owner's expense and the creation of a draft bylaw. On the question of the motion, all those in favor? Oh,
We split that question. The creation of the bylaw.
okay, the question is, so on the first part of the motion, that County Council, there's a request to split the question. The first vote is that County Council directed Min to prepare a report by the last meeting in September on the feasibility of having these properties cleaned up and or demolished at the property owner's expense. All those in favor? Opposed? Sorry, opposed, 4, 5 and 4, so that is failed. The count is 4 and 5, and the first part of the motion is defeated. The second part of the motion is the creation of the draft bylaw. Do you want any opportunity to discuss that specifically? Okay, on the question of the adoption of the motion to create a draft bylaw that we will understand reflects the Hamilton Community Beautification pact. Can that be reworded to read and the creation of with that? Are we all just in terms of wordsmithing that so that we don't have a motion that doesn't make sense?
So we're gonna ask to have a draft bylaw created?
Well, that's what the motion.
Yeah. We have none? We don't have a bylaw?
Mr. Chair, we would just bring back the adopted bylaw. So that's why I'm agreeing to it. It's pretty easy. We have an adopted bylaw, so.
Okay, I don't think there's a lot of discussion there. And the creation of a draft bylaw regarding derelict properties. On the question of the adoption of that motion, all those in favor? Sorry, hold your hand up high. Okay, opposed? Count is 5 and 4, and the motion is adopted. Where are we at? 7.7. 7.7, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. With regards to the AHS delegation, I would like to make a motion to direct the Reeve and or Deputy Reeve to deliver coffee and donuts to the staff at the Boyle Healthcare Center to recognize the 2-year anniversary of the ongoing service level interruption with a max budget of $250.
It's probably lots.
Was it? I don't know.
We'll have to pass one cup around. There's only 3. Sorry, your motion was the first part plus that stuff I wrote down. So Councillor Anderson made a motion to direct the Reeve and or Deputy Reeve to deliver coffee and donuts or to the staff at the Boyle Healthcare Center to recognize the 2-year anniversary of the ongoing service level interruption with a maximum budget of $250. Counselor Holland, first of all, Counselor Anderson, do you have anything you want to open it with?
As we discussed at the committee of the whole meeting, I think it's really important for the municipality and the region to recognize the 2-year mark of this ongoing closure and the impacts it's had on our community. And I know this isn't a lot to do. And I mean, I don't think we would even reach close to that maximum budget, but it's just to make sure that something can happen and that we can do something to recognize it. I think it's really important to the community.
Counselor Holland, you're on deck.
Thank you so much. I'm just curious, why we wouldn't utilize the retention and attraction committee since they are already doing gift baskets and those types of things. Is that being we have representation on that committee, would that not suffice? I'm just curious as to why we would go over and above what the retention committee is already doing.
Is there, Counselor Wallach, you're a member on the committee. Do you know, have they planned anything for the?
No, it hasn't come up and we don't have a meeting till the end of July.
I think for me, this is really about taking a moment to make sure that the folks who are working hard in the eastern part of the county and who are dealing with this this problem see the county council also there saying, we do recognize it's a problem for you, and just a little bit of morale boosting moment, and to take and drop them off coffee and donuts, I think is not, to me is a nice symbolic gesture. It doesn't make the problems go away. It doesn't solve it, but it's a way to try to help build morale and say we've got your back. So for me, there's value in just having a couple of bucks to take them a box of Tim's coffee or something. Councillor Kapitanek.
Just in an interest of council as a whole, and I don't think this needs to be in the motion, but if you're picking up the coffee and donuts, that you invite your fellow councillors to join you if you like, because we like.
That's who's responsible to do it, and everybody else should go. Go if you want, go if you can. It's yours.
I guess I have no problem with recognizing the employees and all the hard work and everything they do, but I don't know if we want to recognize the closing of the hospital. I
don't think it's a celebration. But
yeah, I'd rather celebrate something positive instead of something negative. I don't know if there's a way to do that. I have no problem with going and having council get coffee and donuts out, but I don't know. I'm just
but to anybody else, this is pretty straightforward, so we're going to stick to one, if that's okay. It's okay. Any final words? Councillor Anderson, you want a closing word? Nope. Question is on the adoption of a motion to direct the Reeve and/or Deputy Reeve to deliver coffee and donuts to the Boyle Healthcare Center with a max budget of $250, which just recognizes the 2-year anniversary of the ongoing closure. That's not exactly how it was worded, but all those in favor? Opposed? Okay, so the count is 6-3, motion's adopted. I will share with council that I have a commitment at 9 o'clock in Lac La Biche tomorrow. So I won't be there for early, but my intent is to stop on the way. We're getting information and doing what we can to help. And we can organize the rest, and I'll send an email. We are at item 7. Oh, is our delegation here? Sorry. Jonathan, welcome. We're going to take a 5-minute break. So how about a 4-minute break? So we start at 10 minutes past on that clock. Good afternoon, Jonathan. It is 10 minutes after 1, and we're going to reconvene the June 27th County Council meeting. I know what you can see of us is probably pretty limited, Jonathan, and that's, not necessarily the problem. Within the glitches that we're having is occasionally the sound is cutting in and out. And so there may be a moment where I'll interrupt you to back up because some technological hiccup is causing our Zoom guests to go silent.
Okay.
Our normal course of action is to introduce council around the table. Given that you, I think, can't see us based on how this looks, I think it would be reasonable to tell you that the CIO is here and recording secretary and communications director, and all of council is present. One is just out of the room but coming. and let you begin your presentation.
Excellent. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be back in front of council. Thank you for having me and for allowing me once again to be of service. Today, I'd like to share my screen and make sure that that is coming through all good. So please give me a moment.
One moment.
Yeah.
Is he talking?
No, not yet. I'm just getting
Okay, sorry.
the presentation up. If everyone can see the presentation on the screen, that would be great. Can you let me know?
We can, thank you.
Excellent. Okay. So we're here today to review the results of the council remuneration analysis completed very recently. The report hopefully has made it into the hands of all council members, and you've been able to have a peek, but if not, that's no problem. That's what we'll go through here today. And I have a little bit of a purpose, a process, and a payoff today. So the purpose of the session is to present and discuss the findings of this review. Hopefully by the end, you will receive a summary of the project findings and prepare to make a decision on the recommendations I have provided. And the process for us to go through all of this will be, I want to do a quick overview of the work plan, talk about the compensation review approach that I take, go over once again the list of comparators, talk about the salary analysis that was completed, show the details of the future state modeling, talk a little bit about the benefits analysis that was completed, and then finally hone in on the recommendations that have been provided. As always, I like to conduct interactive presentations. So if for reasons other than my sound is cut out, you'd like to have any questions or comments, you can feel free to raise them during the course of the presentation. And of course, there'll be some time afterwards for some Q&A as well. So as we start to focus on the work plan, basically it is a fairly simple structure and approach. We had a project startup where we talked about the milestones, deliverables, and that was great. For data collection, we went to contact comparative municipalities and collect information related to salaries, any benefits provided to councillors, and policies that they have in place. We went through a stage of analysis and modeling where we looked at all the available information and did some summary and modeled out some future state scenarios that we hope will prove to be acceptable, and then developed some recommendations both in the form of a report and in form of this presentation here that we're giving today. So we were really able to build on the initial work that we had done as part of the staff review. We already had the comparators selected, so really it was just going out for this additional bits of information for the reeve positions, the deputy reeve position, and the councillor positions. And we were able to establish things like the number of council members that are currently serving in each of the comparative municipalities. We focused on annual gross pay, breaking that down into whether it was a base salary with per diems or honorariums that were provided, any benefits and allowances that are provided, the variety of per diem rates that are afforded, and try to get a handle on the number of required meetings. So you can feel confident that my thanks go out to all of the municipalities who participated in this review. And if you happen to talk to other council members, give them a thumbs up for helping out with that too. Here is the list of comparators that we reached out to and received information from each one. So Big Lakes County, Clearwater County, the County of Barrhead, Lac St. Anne County, MD of Lesser Slave River, Sturgeon County, Thorhill County, Westlaw County, and Woodlands County. So it was great that once again, everyone was willing to participate and provide over the information that we require. So on the screen right now, we've got a lot of information and data. I will show a more summarized version in just a second, but I wanted to show this just to show the lengths that we go to do as much summary on the council analysis as we can. We are dealing with kind of a scenario where recently the policy for compensation at Athabasca County was revised. That was kind of the impetus and driver for why we were going through with this element of work. So we have information, complete information from 2022 that we summarized and analyzed. And then we took the current policy and did some modeling on it based on how we think things are going to shake out in the first full year of this policy being in place. There wasn't exact audited financial statements to support the first year of the implementation of. So we might have made a few assumptions, but I think having vetted those with the CAO and with HR, I think we're fairly close on what our estimates are here. So the various lines, we of course look at the number of council members. We look at the total annual gross pay by position. And when we do by position, because a lot of the market are using a salary and per diem model, going against individual councillors can become problematic at times. So we take an average of all council across all organizations. For councillors, the Reeve and Deputy Reeve are simpler one-to-one comparisons. So we look at the salary and per diem or honorarium portion of compensation, the benefits and allowances portion of compensation, and then we looked at the number of regular annual council meetings, which, as you can see, for the most part is around 24, which is very much in line with how many Athabasca County are required for. There are additional meetings, which varies, I don't want to say wildly, but there's a huge amount of variation in industry or across the municipalities for the number of overall meetings that are required. So that's why we're getting again into a situation where we're doing some averages to represent the level of effort paid through the per diems that come across. So let me just flip over. Actually, I want to focus on one more thing here. So the overall annual gross pay, we can see in 2022 is around $560,000. Based on the current modeling and the current structure, we'd expect that to be up more around the $707,000. And we have the two modeled future states that we'll get into the details of, you can see are falling kind of in between. The market median for overall pay was 361. The market average was about 427. And then we can see the min and the max, the range of the comparators that we went against was as high as 700,000 and as low as 276,000. So these overall numbers don't quite make sense to compare on an organization to organization basis because the number of councillors differ and the wages provided to council differ. So while it is one of the bases of comparison, it's not a reason to panic because we're so far above the median and average with either our former or current model. We actually have more council members than we are seeing in market. That's one of the contributing factors here to that number being larger. If we focus in on what is really important about the table we were just looking at, it's the proportion of pay between the salary and per diems and the benefits and allowances that comprise that overall gross pay. And if we look at this, we're at about, in the older model, we're at about 82 to 85%. In the current model, are right around that 85%, and the remaining 15-ish% here, in both models, is very much in line with what we're seeing in market. So the way that we are allotting salary and per diem or honorariums in both cases was aligned with what market is doing. So that says that the very general structure of compensation to council in its current form is not out of whack or anything that needs to be changed, or it's not a huge issue right now. And you can see the wild differences once again that we're seeing in market, as low as 50%, or for benefits and allowances. Some have honorariums that cover all of that. So there's very little from a benefits and allowances perspective. So once again, we're looking to the market median to see if we're in line generally with what market is doing, and the way that we split it up absolutely is. What this will come down to generally is a preference for the organization of whether a salary and per diem model or an honorarium model is most appropriate, because we can adjust the compensation levels to be in line with market, both from a straight comparative and from a proportional comparison of how much an organization spends on its overall operating budget. But in either case, while we can get those numbers to even out, it is really, do we want a salary and per diem model, which really focuses on the level of effort that's put in and rewarding the level of effort. So the number of meetings you go to, you get more per diems. And if that makes your salary higher, that's appropriate. Or the honorarium model, which is a little bit more predictable and a little bit easier from the administration standpoint, ensures everyone gets an even level of compensation. Those are two preferences that are out there. That's why you would run with one model or another. And it's not something that I can say that one is inherently better than another, if that's okay. So here is another way of looking at the information. And so this now focuses once again on the overall annual gross pay. A lot of the data we received was from comparators, were from the most recent audited financials. Some gave us 2023 information, which in some cases has not been audited, but at least we have an up-to-date number. So you can see that we've sorted this list with Sturgeon County, one of the comparators, having the highest overall gross pay for their counselors, and County of Barrhead with the lowest. Obviously, we would fall into on the higher end of things if we're just looking at annual gross pay. But as I mentioned before, it's the number of counselors that can drive that number up. We have 9 at Athabasca County, where we have as low as 5 in Thorhill. Most others have around 7. So what we did is we calculated out a gross pay per counselor, including the Reeve and Deputy Reeve, as that number is going to even things out and kind of remove the number of counselors that we have. So this is an interesting result, is that from the 2022 honorarium only model, we were at the 44th percentile of pay per counselor, so right around that midpoint. But by jumping up to the pay of salary and per diems with the estimates we used, that would jump up to the 88th percentile. So it seems at this level of analysis that the changes have pushed Athabasca County from a balanced market position, a mid-market position, into a market leader in council compensation, which can be okay. But if those aren't the kind of optics that we want to go for, if the intent is not to be a market leader in council compensation, then this is the first indication that the salary and per diem model is maybe providing a bit more compensation than would keep us at the market levels that we possibly want to be at. Here's a little more information with the positions broken down specifically. So if we look at the honorarium model from 2022, we have the compensation levels for the Reeve, the Deputy Reeve, and the average of the counselors, and we have what the market medians worked out to be. So if you recall from the staff analysis that we did, one of the calculations we do here is on the job rate ratio, which if this calculates out to 100%, that means we're paid at the median levels of market. The fact that these were hovering around 93 to 97% means that we're very, very close to the median market level in this 2022 model. If we look down at the salary and per diem model, that's the current one in there, the salaries jump up quite a bit. And if we compare those to the market medians, we're now up in the 111 to 125% job rate ratio, which again is an indication that maybe this model has shifted pay up a little higher than maybe what was intended. And there might be a need to create a more even and median focused level of compensation for council. I will say that within both of these models, because of the ranges that we're seeing amongst the comparator, we do another calculation here called the lower and upper bound, which is simply the market median plus or minus the amount of variation that we're seeing in market. And because that variation in market for compensation of Reeve, Deputy Reeves, and counselors was wide, the boundaries of what's acceptable in market is quite generous, and we definitely fit within it according to both models. So from that perspective, we could say that there's nothing obviously horrible about either of the models, but taking into account that while we do fit within the structure of the model, our salaries do seem to be a bit higher than what's out there in the market on average. So that's that piece of analysis there. So this is another level of analysis that I like to complete on the council reviews, because as you can imagine, at varying municipalities, some have a higher tax base, some have a higher population, more employees. More affluent communities can tend to compensate their councils a little bit better. And that's appropriate because there'll likely be more work, more reward, more benefits from the guidance that's provided from council. And so it makes it hard sometimes to compare one municipality to another directly because, you know, while councils might do similar levels of work, if one has a higher tax base and the benefits are there, then you could understand why they are paid a bit more. So this is a piece of analysis that we conduct which tries to take that into account, and we call this proportionate compensation. And so as I zoom in here, we'll see the overall gross pay, and on the two bottom lines here, we have the 2022 Athabasca County totals and the 2024 in the current model. We've been able to get the overall operating expenses at each of the municipalities. And when we take a proportion of the two, we end up with a percentage of annual gross pay as a percentage of operating expenses. And so when you think about it this way, when we see higher amounts of operating expenses, we should also see higher salaries for council. And looking at the percentages that come through in the 2022 model, we were at about 1.65%. And when we increase that in the 2024 model for the salary and per diem model, the proportion against the more recent operating expense budget is up a little bit to 2.02%. When we look at the median of what's going on in the market, again, we're seeing a wide range, but the median's right around 1.6%, which is a little bit closer to our 2022 numbers than it is in 2024 here today. So if we did a ranking by percentile, we were in the 56th percentile, just over the median, and today we're at about the 67th percentile. So this is another indication that we've become a market leader in council compensation rather than at the market level. We do this also for the budget of salaries, wages, and benefits. It's just a sub chunk of how much is going into operating expenses. And we do a similar calculation here. The percentage against salaries, wages, and benefits, the median is 5.22. So in 2022, we were a little bit above that, which puts us at the 67th percentile, and even increasing it with the 2024 model, even though we've increased the salaries, wages, and benefits budget, we're at about 6.17. Both of these are at about the 67th percentile, which is slightly higher than market, but we're not seeing a major shift there. So what we can glean from this is that it does seem like the recent updates have, at least against operating budgets, put us in a little bit more of a market leading position. And we might want to just dial it back just ever so slightly to make sure that we're not leading the market, as long as that's the direction that council wants to take. And so that's the assumption that I used in creating the modeling for the future, is to create a very much middle of the market, maybe up to the 60th percentile level of market model that we can use for compensation going into the future. Hope that all makes sense. Okay. So the next three slides really focus on the actual model used for compensation. So in the current state model, which is the salary and per diems, these are kind of the estimates that we use. So we have the annual salary that's being paid. We know there are 24 required meetings as part of that salary. Then we have additional meetings, and recent meeting attendance numbers were used as we assume that the number of meetings attended by councillors will remain fairly standard over time. Of course, there are going to be some changes, some ups and downs, and that is one of the advantages of the salary and per diem model, is that when there are adjustments to those additional meetings, the salaries and overall compensation will adjust itself to meet those levels. For now, for this model, we'll use that number, the numbers in recent years. For the per diem rate, there are three sets of per diem rates. One's for over 8 hours, one for 4 to 8 hours, and per diem rate for less than 4 hours. We've used the middle range just as kind of a way of averaging out the meetings. Some will be over, some will be under, some will be right at that 48 meeting level. So that's just an assumption we've made to even out this model. So based on those meetings, we have the per diems. We have a 15%, just using the initial analysis numbers, of the overall salary and per diems for benefits and allowances. The only exception to that rule here is the $200 a month allowance that the Reeve is afforded, and the $150 for the deputy Reeve for travel allowances. Those have been added in and annualized here. And so these are the total remuneration numbers that we get, which equals that 707,000 number that we've been seeing throughout all of the analysis so far. We once again can line that up with the comparative medians with for the Reeve, the deputy Reeve, and then an average for all of council. And here are the job rate ratios that shake out of that. And as you can see, for the Reeve and deputy Reeve, we're at about 111 and 117%. So paid 10 to 17% over market. Amongst councillors, it ends up being a bit more of a drastic change, being in some cases up to 132% over market. So this is the kind of third piece of evidence that on my end I was looking at to really say, okay, this might be really setting us into a market leading position. And so in the future state models, we wanted to try and even, especially the councillor payout, a little bit more. So the assumptions that we used to do that is that the level of effort will remain consistent in the coming year. The proportion of benefits and allowances at 15% will remain constant in the coming year. And that salary and per diems will be adjusted to move the overall compensation levels for council to be more towards market median levels. So here is one example of what that looks like. So this is the future honorarium model. Of course, with the honorariums, those are going to account for all meetings that will be attended. So there's no need for a per diem rate in this case. And so adjusting the salaries here as you can see, so the Reeve at 68, the deputy Reeve at 63, the counselor at 58,350. Accounting for the 15% benefits and allowances with the same travel allowances afforded to the Reeve and deputy Reeve, we end up with these total compensation numbers, which gives us an overall total of about 624, which is less than the 707, but higher than the 560 from the 2022 model. And if you look at the job rate ratios that the honorarium model pops out with, the Reeve and deputy Reeve are very, very close to the market median, with the counselors just slightly 10% over, which I don't think is a huge concern point, given that, as we talked about, proportionally, Athabasca County is doing pretty well as a county. And so with the big decisions and the tax revenues and everything else, it's appropriate to be slightly above market levels, just not at a market leading level. So that was model number 1 for the future honorarium model. Next is the future salary and per diem model. So here the salaries overall have been reduced to 61,000 for the Reeve, 56,000 for the deputy Reeve, and just over 50,000 for counselors. Around the per diems, we're once again using the mid-range, and per diems, as you can see down at the bottom here, would be set at 315 for 8+ hours, 210 for 4 to 8 hours, and 105 for less than 4 hours. So similar to the current state modeling that we did, just for evenness, we're using the mid-range here of 210. So that shakes out using the same number of meetings for the per diem rates to be, as you see here, with the benefits and allowances and the same travel allowance for Deputy Reeve and Reeve. We get these overall remuneration numbers, and the total of this is a very similar budget of 624,000. So was able to use modeling in both scenarios to kind of come up with that even approach. And while we have some counselors a little bit above the 110%, some just below, the average of what the counselor position will be paid is right at 110%. So it's a very similar model to what is shaking out in the honorarium model in terms of overall compensation. So those two examples align very much, as you can kind of assume in the salary and per diem model. If the number of meetings was to drastically change, that would change the overall compensation, and that might be actually fair and appropriate, even if it might set us more into the market leading level, but we're doing more work to achieve that. So that's the benefit of the salary and per diem model. So if we do a quick comparison of these future state models back to the proportionate compensation model. So we have the 2024 current model here. Once again, we're at the 67th percentile. The future honorarium and salary and per diem models get us back to about 1.78% of the operating expenses, which is back to the 56th percentile, which is just above the median, which is great. We remain in the proportion of salaries, wages, and benefits at the 67th percentile, but that was the percentile in the 2022 market as well. And so the fact that we're getting the overall operating expenses back down to one level less than the percentile grid, we're very, very close to the market median of 1.6. We're very, very close to the market median of 5.22. So I believe that both of the future models are viable options to proceed with that will place us slightly above, but very much in line with compensation in the municipal market. And when the compensation review comes up again in the next 3 to 5 year period and we reassess this, hopefully we'll still be right about that median level, and will likely only require some minor adjustments. So the recommendation here from the salary analysis is apply one of the following models. The honorarium model, again, a little bit easier to administrate, very even, very predictable, and here are the salaries related with that. Or go with the salary and per diem model, just with the adjusted salaries and adjusted per diems. If levels of effort remain the same, I think both models will be provide competitive remuneration to Athabasca County Council. Okay, and the last bit of information for today, at least for my part, before we get into some Q&A, is that we once again did an analysis of benefits. As you can see on the table here, we've gone through, we highlighted some in green, some in red, where we saw some areas that could be improved. And I didn't want to jump too much into the details here because we can spend a lot of time on benefits, but from the analysis of benefits and from everything we highlighted, we've come up with the following recommendations. Similar to staff, we had a maximum for drug benefits. And so if we remove that $10,000 maximum and move into an unlimited portion for drugs, that'll lower the risk of certain individuals contracting unfortunate diseases or requiring medication, and that will definitely align us with market. The vision coverage is a little bit lower than market. We have $100 per 24 months for adults and every 12 months for kids. In market, we're seeing more like $250 or $400. So you could consider aligning there. Offering a dependent life benefit in the case of an untimely incident with spouse or children would be something that we could offer that would also align us with market offerings. And then you could choose to also have an optional critical illness benefit so that council can choose coverage that aligns with whatever they feel they might need. The other thing to consider here is that a healthcare spending account or taxable spending account is not commonly offered. Typically, when you are lacking in benefits like, well, not so much drugs, but in vision and sometimes in the parameds, you would have the health spending account to top up some of the limitations of that plan. So it would mostly apply to the vision plan here. But we don't offer that currently. It's also not commonly offered in market. So that could be another consideration if you don't want to adjust some of the other benefits to start offering a healthcare spending account, but it's not really a formal recommendation for us, just something for consideration. And that ends the portion of this presentation. So I would open it up to council if you have any questions or concerns that you'd like to cover. And hopefully you heard all that.
Jonathan, I appreciate the thorough job you've done and the way you've explained it. I think Councillor Holland has a
I don't want this to count as my first and only time to speak.
No, this is a presentation.
But however, I just was curious, the information that we have in our agenda is just a little bit different than what you have presented here today. Are we able to get a copy of what you presented here today, please?
Absolutely, yes. It is just a smaller summary of exactly what you have in that full report, but I will provide it absolutely.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'll start because I know there's a lot for everyone to think about. One of the questions I wrote down, Jonathan, was you've made there's been an assumption that the on the per diem model that all meetings are in the 4 to 8 hour range, and if that's adjusted, I think we'd have to look at the more recent experience, and I can't off the top of my head say I have a collated view of all the timesheets, but my sense is that the majority of our meetings wouldn't be in that 4 to 8 range. They would actually be in the 0 to 4 range. And so I wonder if there was some balance between the 0 to 4 and the 4 to 8, how does that affect the analysis and where we sit if we assume that half the meetings are 4 to 8 and half are 0 to 4 and use an average between those two numbers instead of going all in the full day meetings versus all in the half day ones? Like, does that make a difference?
I haven't modeled that specifically. We just kind of went with the mid-range average model, but that is absolutely something that could be modeled. If we wanted to work in, let's say, a proportion, 10% of the meetings are over 8, and then the other 40 and 40 are split between the other two. I could absolutely do some modeling on that and provide an update on the analysis.
Well, and I ask because I worry if we're trying to hit that right spot in the market, but we're making an assumption on the per diem side that's maybe higher than the actual experience, it would have a tendency to overstate that portion. And when applied in reality, it maybe wouldn't accomplish the goal that we have.
Right.
Okay, that was.
I'm not sure, sorry, if I can just add, I'm not sure if that would change how the future state per diem model would end up. It might, doing the additional analysis might support Sorry, I'm thinking out loud now, which is never a good time to do it in front of council. Okay, how
That's
about I
why
just say-
everybody's not asking questions. I think we're all still thinking before we talk.
Yeah, absolutely. I would have to model that out and see how it shakes out. I still think the future state model will get us aligned at a level that a future honorarium model would put us at, which is closer to what the market averages are. And of course, changing our current assumptions on the salary and per diem model wouldn't change what the market averages are. But if it did turn out through this additional analysis that our current state is closer to the market averages, then yes, we wouldn't need to make any large changes at all.
Okay.
So I can work that out and I will commit to do that.
Around the table, is it Councillor Cromwell, do you have any follow-up or clarifications you want?
Thank you. When you're looking at both your future model options, did that take into account mileage for each individual counselor?
No.
That is something above and beyond as a taxable or non-taxable benefit.
Yeah, because that's a reimbursement. That's not taken into account. Every municipality does offer that, so it's not really included as remuneration. So we left it out of the modeling.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And just then, while I have my microphone on, I should disregard. Thank you.
Councillor Gerlich or Kapitanek? Councillor Mins?
Well, I know thank you very much for this report. I know I was one of the ones that were really pushing for this comparison and not just to see where we're sitting and everything. And I do like the myself, the way the honorarium works. And I'd be interested looking at that with the mileage added in, like honorarium plus mileage for a benefit. And get us closer to not above market, but right in the middle of market. That's I want to thank you very much for this information.
It's absolutely my pleasure.
Councillor Holland or Chemsik? Go ahead.
Thank you. I also appreciate all of the detail that you've brought forward here and the information, and I really I'm happy to see that we have this comparison in front of us and that we are able to move forward in a much more informed way. I'm in agreement as well that the honorarium plus mileage model is a really good one. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Really appreciate that.
Councillor Chemsik or Wallach? Councillor Kapitanek?
I was assuming that we were going to discuss this in another.
Right, this is more for
point.
questions.
Okay, so we're not
of
speaking
Jonathan.
our minds, we're just asking questions. Okay, I'm good then.
That'd probably be the time. I know, I think Jonathan, there's lots to think about and you said you'd commit to doing something. I think probably before you do that, council needs to, get to a different point in the agenda where we just talk internally. And if we would like that analysis, then we'll, through the CAO, reach back out. But I wouldn't want you to engage in more work without, council kind of providing that direction based on a single question I asked.
Absolutely. Yep. I
Councillor
will wait
Cromwell?
to hear.
Did you want to come back with more questions?
No, I just thank you, Jonathan, for the good work you've done and the data you've provided. And I'm sure we're gonna have a lengthy conversation here in a moment.
Absolutely. My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Councilman.
Maybe through the chair to the CAO. So the benefits that we're talking about that you're suggesting to change, has some benefits changed for the employees?
We haven't changed anything yet. We actually just got a presentation on that 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And we hope to brief council on that under the personnel section enclosed, but
Okay.
it looks really good. The market was really good to us. Let's put it that way. And if we can improve, if we improve it for staff, it automatically council would be on the same plan.
Right, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Jonathan, maybe the other question I have is when you look at the future state models and you're targeting sort of a set job rate, is there a reason you don't have a uniform job rate across all individuals? Like,
Um,
but he not be at 105% or 100 and
it very well could be. Mostly, the two things I take into account is how close to the market we're showing up, but then also to keep a range that seems appropriate between the Reeve, Deputy Reeve, and council positions. So certainly to get the counselors closer to the, let's say, 100% job rate ratio, the salaries would go down even more, and that might not be as advantageous as we've seen in even the 2022 model. So we're trying to keep things progressively moving forward, and also comparatively proportionate from the Reeve down to the council level.
Councillor Wallach, go ahead.
Just in a question about the required meetings, the 24, is that just council meetings? Because other meetings are included in our salary at this point.
Jonathan, I'm not sure if you heard Councillor Wallach or.
Was that question directed at me for the required meetings?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I was under the understanding that council meets twice a month. So those were the required meetings that we counted for those, and that, you know, any meetings in the additional portion were ones that a per diem would be paid out for. If there are other required meetings that are included in salary that detract from the number of additional meetings, then I can definitely work that into the modeling. If there are just additional required meetings and these are still the additional meetings that a per diem rate would be paid towards, I guess we should be looking at the right column here. Then that won't really affect the model. Like if this required meetings was 30, it's not going to affect the salary or the per diem rate that are based on the additional meetings. So it would be great to have for information if there are more required meetings. I kind of meant though with this, what we were looking at across market was how many like council meetings do you have? And the norm there was 2 per month.
Yeah, in our current policy, it states council meetings, committee of the whole, policy review, and budget and finance within our salary.
Okay. Well, please allow me to clarify, to circle back with the CAO, because we worked together on some of the additional meeting estimates. We'll see if those were included or not, and we can make some minor adjustments there if needed.
Lots to think about. Is there any further questions that council wants to bring to Jonathan while he's with us? Jonathan, I think everybody here's got a lot to think about. I think that, you know, from all of us, we appreciate your methodology and the soundness and the way you explain the reasoning behind what you do. And, you know, our goal is, as in the past, is to take the advice of the experts and we appreciate your expertise being put in front of us.
Absolutely. And as I said, it's an absolute pleasure to be of service. It was a really great piece of work, both of them, and great to work with staff, great to have some time with council. So thank you very much for that opportunity.
And I think we saw you on video, so it was almost like having you here when we did the employee wage one. But again, I think it's fair to share on behalf of my colleagues that we're grateful for the work that you did there, and again, the impact that will have on the organization.
Absolutely. I'm happy for it, and hope we can have more opportunities to work together too.
Council, if that's the final word, Jonathan, we'll let you go.
Okay.
And we'll see. I'm sure we'll talk again.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you so much. Have a great day, everybody, and we will see you and talk to you soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.
No, that's why I didn't do the introductions. But I mean, based on how small the images are, I don't think they see anyway, Gary. Are we all good to, do we need a break? Or are we good to carry on with 7.8? Looks like we're good to go to 7.8. Councillor Anderson, you added this to the agenda.
Yeah. I just think there's a lot of information to digest with this. So I'd like to make a motion to refer this item to the July Committee of the Whole meeting for a more thorough discussion.
Okay, there has been a motion to refer this item to the July committee, of the whole meeting for more discussion. Councillor Anderson, do you want to open the?
Numbers with correct numbers of meetings on there. So if that is not possible to be back by July from Jonathan, if we can get it to the first meeting that he revises it at.
Okay, so the idea to see revised data with the correct meeting counts. Councillor Kapitanek, is your hand up?
That's okay. Yeah, I just in echoing Councillor Wallach, because with that, it really doesn't get the picture of. There's at least 24 more meetings that I can think of in my head. If we say 6 policy and review or 6 budget and committee of the whole, and I know that Min is talking about bringing those together in a package for the future and potentially doing policy and review and budget at committee of the whole meetings. But I think until we like that the public need to know exactly how much work we're doing for that amount of money.
Councillor Holland, the floor is yours.
I appreciate all, everyone's, input here so far. However, I'm looking at it from a bit different of a view. I think we've had a lot of time really to sit with this and digest it and understand it and see how it works. And we can tell, how it's been working. I'm prepared actually, and I think we owe it to our ratepayers not to carry on and keep pushing this through. And we have very good recommendations that are here. And I believe he mentioned there wouldn't be that much of a difference in the numbers to have him redo some of these things. So I'm prepared to go forward, stay with the recommendation 1A plus mileage and get us back to where we should be and show our residents and our administration that we are doing what we said we were going to do from the very beginning.
So the motion on the floor is to refer this to the committee, of the whole meeting. Is there further discussion on the motion?
I would, I guess,
Councillor Mintz.
I'm on the, you know, looking at this and reading it the last, what has it been, 7 days, whatever, and listening to the thing that just came in. I'm on the same notion that to get back into where we should be as a council. I'd be willing with Councillor Holland to do the same thing. Because if I think everybody knows what it takes to do this job, so, and that's why we wanted the information brought back with us with a recommendation, and I think we should just look at the recommendation and go. But because this just keeps adding on for months and months, so it's like I'd rather see us just select one and go.
Councillor Cromwell.
Thank you. I very much agree with that as well. We have proper information handed out. I don't think the difference will be mind-boggling to go from 24 to 36 or 44 meetings. I think that bit of edit from our advisor will be very quickly to come, but we can still make a decision today which way we're going to go. And honestly, I believe it's the very right thing to do, and there's no point in sitting on it. And we need to make a decision and show our ratepayers that we are cognitive of the public purse and that we are not here to be a market leader, as how it currently sits is a very unfair and wrong way of doing it, in my opinion. And we need to show them that we're here to do it the right way and make that change today.
Councillor Chemzik.
I am ready to make a decision. I always value respect every one of my colleagues' decisions as well. And yeah, I feel ready to make a decision on this. Leave it at that.
Counselor Gerlich, did you want to speak?
Heavy in contemplation right now. Heavily. I could go either way. I do like the honorarium more as where we were, as opposed to calculating travel time and all those other things. I guess I would be prepared to make the decision today as well, I guess.
This is a larger topic. Is there any objection to a second time around, or does anybody else want to speak a second time? Do you want to? Is there any objection to going a second time around on this? Okay, so given there's no objection, Councillor Kapitanek.
I don't want to take away from the motion that's on the table, but if you're going to talk about being prepared to talk about it today, I am as well, but I am a proponent for the per diem rate based on the fact that all counselors have different lifestyles and some can offer more time than others. And I think that that should be appreciated by our ratepayers, but also by each other. And as a way to, again, attract good people to this position every election cycle. Without the per diem rate, I feel and I've spoken to different counselors in different communities. There is little incentive for people to give up good paying jobs to come and serve the community, even if it's part-time. This rate does not compete with most good paying jobs even. So let's not think it's like a candy bag that you get because you go to a meeting. It's something to say, okay, if you had to take the day off work or hire childcare, that you are compensated for the committee that you choose to be on. Because if you're not going to be given a per diem, then you cannot be mandated by anyone to join any extra committees. And you will, I feel you'll see a downward slope of people saying, I'm here, I'll come to my 24 mandated meetings and that's it. And you can't make me do any more. And I don't want to see that in the future. I want to see more moms come and sit at this table and retired people sit at this table, but might have to be farming and can't work all the time, but can sometimes. People with, abilities issues. I just think we need to open it up, but we really need to have a structure that pays people for the work they do. Not just general, one person can do 2 jobs, one person does 10 and everyone gets the same. I don't think that's fair.
I think.
Councillor Cromwell, second time.
Thank you. I value what my colleague to my left has said about time spent and what is being done, but I would like to remind everyone at this table that when we took this job, it was strictly an honorarium. We knew what it was when we were coming in. The workload was under exaggerated, and we've made the changes in our honorarium to be more fair to the work that we do for what we are given. We did not come in here with a per diem rate. And I think it was ill-advised when we made that decision to go to a per diem rate. And per diem rates are not always done on who is available, but other factors are often taken into consideration, which should not be, in my opinion. I think we need to go back to how it was when we ran and have it as a straight honorarium. You know what? That first year and a half, 2 years, we all did our job anyway. There was no per diem there. We still came to work and did what we have to do, and we can do that again.
So the last time we talked about this policy, generally, we worked through this over 6 or more months. And we obviously took the best advice we could find. And council has, decided that we wanted to revisit this issue. And so I think we want to be careful. We used the advice we were given and we had, and then we've reflected on it and made some changes. Even after 6 months of looking, the majority of councillors and council made a decision that we maybe had rushed or made a decision that we needed to revisit. So I don't think we should rush this time. And when not everyone at the table is comfortable with the info or the decision we need to make, or they're thinking on it, providing a little bit of time for everybody to reflect and consider this in the matter of a few days, there's no material harm to showing each other that level of courtesy and respect. Sure, we can drive it through. But what harm does it give us to have a few days to reflect on such a sensitive topic to make sure everybody feels happy with where we are? So I'm happy to refer to the July committee of the whole meeting to provide a little bit more time to think about it and to not rush, because we've seen the results of pushing too hard, too fast. Councillor Gerlich, second time?
Yep, I think a decision like this, something that should be made more on a consensus model than on a just a straight majority vote time. I mean, people go to trial and the jury has to come back unanimous. And they should on an important decision. And we should, when we vote on something like this, we should come back with something closer to a consensus than just a simple majority. And I think that we may need to look at this a little further in order to come closer to consensus than a straight simple majority. It is my feeling it might be 5-4, and I don't like that kind of stuff. I don't think.
Councillor Hogg?
Thank you. No, I appreciate, really concerned about things of saying that this is a position or a job that should pay as a living wage. We came into this, I remember when we were talking, when we first originally came into this with regards to committees, and it was you're volunteering for those. Your honorarium covers your salary, but you're volunteering for these committees. And people chose the committees based on their will to be on those committees. We also are in a situation where personally, I believe that per diems are kind of being used almost to penalize others. So I don't really feel comfortable at all with moving in a slow pace on this when we have other underlying issues that we should be looking at with regards to how committees are handled, how they are, who's being chosen to sit on them. So with regards to that, as far as I'm concerned, per diems are creating more of a problem than they are a solution. And it's creating more administrative work as well as for counselors to try and keep track of all of this stuff. For me, as much as I would like to sit and table and move on, it's not very progressive. I think we are pretty much of an agreement in a lot of areas where we are definitely this original policy when it first came out. The advice that was given was poor, and we really need to be backtracking on that as fast as possible. Waiting another 2 or 3 weeks, what is it really going to do? What is it really going to accomplish? I think we're all pretty much set in our minds where we are and where we sit with this, that any more sitting on it is just a waste of time.
Comments? Councillor Wallach?
Again, I would just like to see the actual numbers with our required meetings, because that will change the budget and that will change the rates. So I would like to see the actual data that is right before we make a decision on wrong data again.
Councillor Chamzik, any further words?
Will that include, I guess, these will have to be made finally on behalf of the library boards and stuff to make sure per diem rates and stuff would be affected of that as well.
Hey, Councillor Mins, did you have a second comment?
I guess when we got to think about it last time for 6 months per se, we were getting, at the end, we were getting excited because we wanted to get it through because the budget was coming up and everything looked actually pretty good until we actually seen the numbers. And that's when I went, oh. And that's why we kind of went and said, okay, we need to rethink this. But now we see the actual numbers and And with the actual numbers, we got 2 recommendations. So I don't know. I'm prepared to make a decision, but we'll see how it goes, I guess.
Okay, so we're Counselor Anderson hasn't spoken again. I mean, I'll add in the second comment that I would like to see, I think this is something that we should actually be seeing a 9-0 vote on, or something similar, and a bit of consensus. And the idea that we would be prepared to make a decision when it's clear that not everybody's comfortable with everything they've heard. We all know some people read stuff more than once. Some people need time to process it. And I think ramming it through on some ideological basis is not the answer, without giving each other that courtesy of letting everyone think on it so we can get closer to that consensus-based decision. That it would be nice. We may end up at exactly the same decision, but we didn't get it right in 6 months. I don't think we're wise to on having seen the presentation 7 days ago and reflecting on it for a few days and a few minutes after hearing from the consultant, that we need to jump on this. So I also think that the kind of change that some at the table are talking about requires a wholesale revision of the policy. And we are not in a position to do that today. The policy would need a serious rewrite. And that's not in place. I also want to clarify, I'm not set in my mind. I'm not ready to make a decision because I haven't spent enough time thinking about what Jonathan said. And I think we need to look at how if we're going to touch compensation, notwithstanding our policy that we've said we've put in place, that we need to take the time to look at the whole basket, whether it's the conference attendance and all of the bits that go with that, so that we have a simple, clear policy. And the time and place to do that is really through the committee of the whole, and we've got time and the ability to think it through. But rushing through today, I don't even know that we can adopt a presentation that we saw, because the policy doesn't align with what we heard today. You instantly create a conflict. Discussion. And I hope that, we can get to a place where we can find a consensus versus the alternative, which does nothing for the relationships at the table. Everybody's been twice, but Councillor Anderson, would you like a closing word?
Thank you. We had a lot of discussion around the elected officials' remuneration and expenses policy prior to adopting it. And a lot of the concerns that I've heard about the policy stem from not having accurate, up-to-date information. And so that's part of why I think we should wait until we have data here that everybody's comfortable with in its accuracy to make that decision on. The proposed amendments right now do not conform with the policy, so we would need to amend the policy before adopting them truly. And the policy also states that any resulting recommendations, if approved by council, would be effective as of the beginning of the subsequent council term. So it's a violation of more than just one part of the policy. And I think that we need to really look at amending the policy and discuss that at committee of the whole, rather than just moving forward with amendments to compensation simply because of the presentation today. So that's why I am in support of referring this item to the committee of the whole meeting to start that discussion and start looking at the complete picture of what amendments we need to make and doing it properly.
So the motion on the floor, just as a reminder, is to refer this to the July committee of the whole meeting for more discussion. We've been twice. Is there any objection to going a third time?
It's just information.
Well, often your information's come up as questions. Go ahead.
Well, did Councillor Wallach not make an amendment to get the correct number of meeting count
That was just a request. Yeah.
Okay, I thought
But
that
it's
was,
not a formal amendment.
I thought that was an amendment to
I think that's one of those. We'd like to
just get it
discuss it,
done.
but we'd like to see it in this, and unless there's any objection to that.
Well, if I got
Is there
it,
an
you get it.
objection? Okay, go ahead. Look, I don't want to stifle the discussion. I just-
Council/admin, if this is a policy discussion, then just wondering, should it go to policy meeting? That's all. I don't know.
The motion was to. The motion was to refer it to committee of the whole, so.
What I'm wondering about is for policy meetings and budget meetings, do we have a set amount? Or is it to call it the chair?
Right.
That's where it gets tough to say, well, we've got these meetings, but how many we're gonna have? Yeah, okay, cow meetings, but policy meetings and budget meetings.
Those ones you could exclude then, because that work tends to happen through Cow and other places.
So just add 12 in, or are we adding 16, or are we adding 18, or are we adding 24? It's
So far, we're doing nothing.
no, but that's why I brought that question up, is because we're good with the cow meetings. Yeah, we have 12, maybe 11. But what about policy and review and budget meetings? There's no set amount. So I just don't want to go back to the committee of the whole meeting on July and all of a sudden that come up and, well, how many budget and how many policy meetings we got?
Because the comments, Councillor Wallach, maybe I'll ask her to just clarify that.
Can we say average the last 2 years on what we had on meetings?
You betcha. But as long as we say it here.
That should be as easy as counting minutes. Okay, Councillor Gerlich.
Whole world, real estate, all these things, wages and things seem to be determined by comparables and comparisons and whatever. When we all came into this job, we knew what it was offering. And I guess we're accepting of that because we applied for the job. Like I thought the fact that mileage was included in right from day one was not, that just didn't make any sense, because some people are 10 miles away, some people are 100 miles away. And so that needed to be addressed and fixed. We fixed a lot of things. But then we should look at the comparables and try and be in line with the comparables so that the next people taking a shot at the job for the next term kind of have a place to be. And then you can just look at a percentage or whatever, an inflationary percentage every year. So we should try and get it right, not only for us, but for the next group that'll be filling these chairs. I know somebody else will be filling this chair.
No.
So you know that. So I just assume give it some time. Let's spend the time. Because the conversation, to me, evidences the fact that we shouldn't make the decision today, because it's just not, it's not anywhere close to any type of consensus.
Don't tell anybody. Are you ready for the question? Okay, you guys. Off mic. The age of the US president is kind of irrelevant. Just for the people who are going to listen to the recording. And I think our counselor is still much younger than he is, so he's got another term in him at least. Are you ready for the question? Can I give the final word to the mover and then we'll move on? Councillor Anderson, did you want a final word? Okay. What did I write down for the motion? The motion was to refer this item to the July Committee of the Whole for a more thorough discussion. The question, the adoption of the motion, all those in favor, keep your hand high, okay? Opposed? Count is 6 and 3 and the motion is adopted. Someone would like a break. Why don't we take, is everybody okay with 10 minutes? So coming back, starting at 25 after on that clock, however that aligns with your own clock. I'd like to reconvene the council meeting. We're at item number 8.2. The item is calendars. Let's start with Councillor Cromwell on any additions or changes or deletions to the calendars.
Thank you very much. So hold on here because I'm definitely.
This is starting on page
Yeah.
209 of your agenda.
Thank you very much. What I would like to ask is, as we are trying to lighten the load of both administration and council over the summer, I'd like to ask about moving the MPC meeting from July 23rd to July 25th. No surprise there that I would always like to double those meetings up. And then
CO Beck, does that,
Yes, it is.
so the request is to move MPC to 9:25 AM on the 25th.
Thank you. And then the other thing, I haven't had a chance to talk to the chair yet because I got confused on the number of calendars in here. Apparently I didn't read properly today. Is there possibility of canceling the July 16th Cal meeting and moving that agenda to the August meeting as we're trying to reduce the number of meetings that are held, especially for administration?
I don't,
So I would.
anybody jumping up and down with that idea.
So I would like to make
So
that
that's-
proposal.
We may have to vote on that. Would we not need to hear from the chair? I think that would be the typical practice. Chair of Cow, do you want to speak to that?
I would not be in support of deleting the July committee of the whole meeting, but as the committee of the whole meeting dates are set by the procedural bylaw, I think that would have to be done by motion. Either way.
So
They're not all the chair.
you want to make a motion? I don't know, I mean. I think there's work to do but if you want to make a motion, Councillor Cromwell, that you would, I would leave the floor open to you. Do you want to, how
Well-
about just think about it while we do the rest of the calendars and then?
What I would
come back.
be, as we're talking and thinking. Either the July or the August, I would like to remove one of those two Cal meetings from the summertime. If the chair would like to move forward more with the July meeting, then remove the August meeting, but I will make motion to remove at least one of them.
Councillor Gerlach, anything to add to calendars? Councillor, what's your, so you have said, because your microphone is off, that your committee meetings are not until September?
Correct.
Councillor Kapitanek,
I believe our meetings are already on there for the multiplex and because there was a change and A-rates on there and I don't have an updated Community Futures calendar at this time.
Councillor Anderson. Nothing to add, Councillor Wallach.
July 31st, ASB meeting. Sorry, Councillor Gerlach.
Now you've got something in July, Councillor Gerlach. Councillor Chamzek.
I actually have a deletion for Boyle on the 16th of July.
Okay, delete Royal Library on the 16th.
Yes, and possibly the town. I'm waiting for confirmation, but for August, I have a Northern Lights executive meeting on the 9th. And a Northern Lights general meeting on the 23rd. And then on the 27th of August will be the Boyle meeting. For some reason, I have August 13th for a tri-council. Am I correct in thinking so? I don't know where that
I don't
came
remember
from.
that, but I would look. to
No,
our
no,
senior-
oh, maybe that was an old plan. Oh, gotcha. Okay, and that's all I have.
Okay, Councillor Collin, the floor is yours.
I don't have anything to really add, but I'm still gonna put a plug in shouldn't, but I'm gonna, because it was the previous point, but the 29th this Saturday is the trail cleanup, Perryville, Rochester.
Counselor Mins.
July 24th, have an Alice meeting.
Alice on July 24th
You bet.
in,
I'm thinking it's gonna be here just due to the fact we're gonna be going on a tour.
oh, nice. I have no amendments to make based on the information I have right now. So
Chair.
the changes, I'll go through the changes and then come back to you, Councillor Crummles. We've got MPC is moving from the 25th from the 23rd to the 25th at 9:25 a.m. We're gonna add Alice on July 24th, ASB on July 31st, and delete Boyle Library on the 16th of July. In the month of August, on the 9th, it's Northern Lights Exec. On the 23rd, it's Northern Lights General. On the 27th, it's Boyle Library. And that's the calendars. And then Councilor Cromwell has another amendment.
Just one more question. Normally, we do this one meeting at a time, but if we give administration time to look into that, can we already pre-plan the move of MPC from August 27 to August 29?
Some of those end up being long meetings, and July and August tend to be long meeting days for us. I don't know if we want to commit. Do we want to commit to that now, or do we want to wait till July?
Well, that's what I'm asking. Do we want to just wait and do that next calendar then and reevaluate at that point?
I mean, I would, but you get to make the motion, so
I think we should consult the chair of that committee.
that's what I think too. And his microphone's on, so.
Hello, Chair.
We might have to move it to 9:20.
Yeah, we can hold off for now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the calendar would be in order to receive a motion to there was a comment about should we talk about budget meetings? Why don't we? CAO, do you want to begin scheduling budget discussions for August now?
Not today.
Okay. There's your answer. Councillor Mins has made a motion to approve the calendar as amended. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none on the question of the adoption of the motion to approve the calendar as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 8-1 and the motion is adopted. Councillor Cromwell, did you have a comment you want to make about Kyle?
Thank you. I was actually voting in favor of that last motion, Reeve, but
Okay, so we'll,
if we can make that rectification,
can we
Madam
Blair
Blair,
to 9-1, 9-0?
thank you. And I would like to make the motion to cancel the July 16th Committee of the Whole meeting.
There's Councillor Cromwell has made a motion to cancel the July 16th Committee of the Whole meeting. Discussion. Councillor Kapitanek.
I am confused. I don't recall having any hearing anything from administration that that meeting was burdening them, but I think that is where the question needs to lay. So through the chair to administration, do you recommend that that meeting stay intact, or do you
Quebec, do you have an opinion on the?
recommend that it?
We had one
Oh.
delegation confirmed already, Mr. Chair. We could work with them to reschedule, but took a bit to get a time to make them get here. It was MCSnet who was going to report on their grant
Okay,
and how they were to expand broadband throughout the county. We thought that was pretty important, but
I think
we'll follow council's lead.
I'll follow up with
Yeah,
them.
you have the floor.
Yeah, I'll follow up with, I support to keep the meeting then, based on the time that admin has already put into creating the schedule.
Councillor Gerlich, your hand was up.
Well, it was kind of up, but I would be in support of holding the meeting, and at that time we can discuss whether or not we hold the August meeting. At least there would be no commitments made at that time. So I think it would be more prudent if we do cancel one, Cancel the August one.
Councillor Mins.
I'm in support of keeping the meeting because we just made a motion to move the council remuneration to the next committee of the whole meeting and it really only makes sense, right? So.
So we cancel committee of the whole forever. Other comments?
No.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I think these are valuable meetings in terms of getting our work done, and just because it's summer doesn't like. The work continues, and I think the team that the CAO has is robust enough to handle a meeting like that too. Other discussion on that motion to cancel a committee of the whole? Seeing none, if you're ready. The question is on the adoption of the motion to cancel the July committee of the whole meeting. All those in favor? Opposed? The count is 1 and 8. The motion will not proceed.
Hey, that was a pretty close vote. I'll be happy with that.
At the end of the day. Okay, we have 10.1E. Councillor Mins, would you provide an update on the Aspen Regional Water Services Commission? Does anyone want to get a cup of coffee first?
Trust me, it won't be long. Yeah, no, this one, just wanted to inform council that there was 4 of us yesterday that went to the MD of Opportunity. We were invited by the MD of Opportunity to go there and give them a presentation, which our commission manager did an amazing job giving a presentation on what we could offer them for a possible water line, $75 million plant with all that. So we set the seed. It was a very positive thing just being invited. So we've set the seed and hopefully it'll progress from there. So, and had a great day outing with the Reeve and member from the town and that and yeah, so that's my report on that.
It was a good, I'll add, because I was there, that it was a positive discussion with their council, and building relationships takes time, and having the opportunity to talk to them and let them know what assets are available to them and how they're being able to use the example of the Island Lake extension as various municipalities working together to improve infrastructure in the region is nice, because there's a real positive story there, and if we work together as a region, I think we will go much farther.
It'll be a it's a work in progress thing. It's not going to happen. It seemed like the Island Lake, Baptiste Lake thing happened really quick. This is just starting the conversation of a meet and greet and getting used to getting the trust out there is the first thing, right? So it was very good.
10.1J, Regional Waste Management Services. That also has Councillor Mins highlighted.
June 24th, we had a meeting here in town, and it was a good meeting. Few things are happening. Regional landfill is getting the cell B dug right now, and Paradox is doing it, and it's under contract, and everything's going great, even with all the rain and everything. It's coming together really well, and other than that, there's the spring fire smart application or appliance roundup, good participation in it, precipitation or yeah, whatever that is.
No.
And yeah, participation, there we are. No spring rush. It wasn't a real huge rush thing, I guess, but it was attended well by all. EPR, small update on that. Contracts are supposed to be signed by November, and then April 1st startup 2025. There will be a communication about it sent out. Circular Materials Company will be doing the whatever it is, the pamphlets, whatever they're, how are they gonna actually announce how this is gonna work and everything. It's not gonna be done by the commission. It's gonna be done by them. How this is gonna work. What else did we go through? Alberta Cares Conference, myself and the commission manager and the possibly one or two more board members will be going September 11th to the 13th to Bonnyville. I'm looking forward to that. And a little bit on the county payroll. There was a discussion about the costs going up for the county to do their payroll for them. So there was a motion made to possibly look at a private source and just see how much they're costing. So, which is a good thing to do. Look at it and see what kind of a great deal Athabasca County is actually giving them. So, what else we had? That's our miscellaneous leases have been gotten from the provincial government for both the Boyle landfill and the regional landfill up at Island or Lawrence Lake. We went on a road tour, actually really good. Got the community transportation van and had a good tour of the Athabasca regional transfer site, and then went to Boyle because that big rain cloud on Sunday went across Lawrence Lake, and there was no way we were driving in there. So
we were driving out.
Yeah, so we went to Boyle, and it was lots of good information, lots of good questions given there. I think as you get on these commissions, I think it's very important to actually go out and see it, see what you're actually, and then when you're sitting in a meeting, you can actually understand what you're talking about. And the conversation there and back was really good because you got a bunch of different members there. So yeah, it was a good meeting held by all. Brian, you want to chime in about anything, or?
You've covered it fairly well. I mean, the
Eco Mister is not working right now, but we didn't need it, right?
Yes. Yeah.
There wasn't enough snowfall that created a whole bunch of water. So.
And the Boyle site we had a look at again, and with the reminder that there's plenty of land there for future expansion, and this idea that the cell that's being built has about hopefully a 10-year life, and once that's filled and expanded and covered, that where is the next location? Do we actually consolidate operations? With that, which will obviously be a very different group of people at the table, but do they consolidate over in the Boyle site to make it more efficient in the county? And even the work that's happening, the air photos and while, the commission manager said there's a bit of litter that will blow around because of the prevailing wind, the sites are remarkably clean. And I think that speaks to the care that the employees of the commission have in terms of the pride they have in those sites. And I know for, any of our county residents that show up at transfer sites, they're always, the ones that I visited have been sort of impeccable. And especially when I think back to the old, as a child going to the landfill and what that looked like, this is it's a well-run organization.
Gotcha.
And we learned some interesting things about crushing stuff with the cardboard masher and the trucks.
Yeah, styrofoam, everything, cans, whatever, just crushing everything up.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. We have 10.1 AB. What do you know? That's Councillor Mintz.
Yeah, just that one, just a quick reference on that one would be the regional water line feasibility study. We're looking at trying to get a steering committee meeting going on either July 5th or July 12th, just to get our feet on the ground and get running with this huge, amazing grant we got from Alberta Transportation. So we want to get going on this. So thank you, CAO, for reaching out there. So, and that's it. Pretty good.
It would be in order to accept a motion to receive the reports for information here. Councillor Cromwell was first on the list. Councillor Cromwell has moved that we receive reports for information. All those in favor? Opposed? Count is 9-0. and the item is adopted. We're at number 12. It would be a time to take a motion to go into closed session. Councilor Mittens has moved. On the motion to enter a closed session, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. It's 3:55 and I'd like to reconvene the council meeting. We've got records of the motions coming out of closed already recorded for the break, maybe just for the recording. I don't know. So the time that we left closed, that's all recorded.
Sorry, we left, Counselor Gerlich made a motion to come out of closed session at 3:46 PM. That motion passed 7-1.
So regarding item 12.1, Councillor Cromwell, you had planned to make a motion. Do you have it written or do you want me to read my copy?
I have it written as to proceed with the demolition of properties as discussed in closed session. That may or may not be exactly worded correct.
I think it was to, yep, exactly, to proceed with the demolition of the derelict properties as discussed or as presented in closed session.
Thank you.
Is there any discussion on that matter? Seeing none on the question of the adoption of the motion to direct administration to proceed with the demolition of the derelict properties as presented in closed session, all those in favor? Opposed? Count is 9-0. The motion is adopted. Councillor Gerlich, my notes have you seeking a motion. Do you want to read it or do you want me to? To direct administration to provide council with a list of county-owned properties that are eligible for sale for council's consideration. So that was to direct administration to provide council with a list of county-owned properties that are eligible for sale for council's consideration. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none on the question of the adoption of the motion, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0. The motion is adopted. Councillor Holland, I understand you have a motion I have a written copy of it. Do you have a written copy or shall I read your version? Okay, there's been a request to have this as a recorded vote, so when the call is made, hold your hand high. Councillor Holland has moved to accept the investigator's conclusion and final report and to consider the matter closed. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none. On the question of the adoption of the motion to accept the investigator's conclusion and final report and to consider the matter closed, all those in favor? Okay, that's Wallach, Hall, Anderson, and Kapitanek opposed. That is everybody else. The second motion is to direct admin to add the code of conduct and procedural bylaws to the August committee of the whole meeting. I'd like that to be. Is there any discussion on that? To direct admin to add the code of conduct and procedural bylaws to the August committee of the whole meeting. For review. To direct admin to add the code of conduct and procedural bylaws to the August committee of the whole meeting for review. On the question of the adoption of that motion, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0. Are there any more motions forthcoming? Councillor Holland.
Thank you. With regards to the last motion we would like to make today is to request that a public apology be made to Aspen View Schools as well as to council and admin.
Is there more to that motion?
Pardon me?
Is there more to that motion? Can you repeat it, please?
As pardon? As discussed? By Reeve Hall as discussed in close. Sorry, we didn't have this written.
So the motion from Councillor Holland is to request a public apology be made to Aspen View Public Schools and council and admin by Reeve Hall as discussed in closed. That's what you want? This will be a recorded vote. On the question, is there further discussion on that item? On the question of the adoption of that motion, all those in favor? Garlick, Cromwell, Chamzik, Holland, and Mins. Opposed? Wallach, Hall, Anderson, and Kapitanek. Is there any other motions? Okay. There is no further business on the agenda. However, I believe we have just breached the code of the code in terms of leaking information out of closed. So I'd like to request admin not post the recording until they can determine whether that's the case. The meeting is adjourned.